Hello everybody. Zero, how you doing? Hope you're doing well today. Welcome, welcome. Wee woo, how are you? I feel like the camera is like a little off. So I'm just gonna fix that before stream. Or before I swap scenes. I mean, before stream starts properly. You know. Sour bubblegum's called Center Shock. That's a fudging rip, Zero. A dry broom is a unique analogy. Metaphor. But that's a rip. Welcome, welcome, how are we all doing? Ladies and gentlemen, greetings. The camera lighting seems like a little off. A little strong. A little unique and interesting. I'm still getting used to how to use the freaking light. And like the camera auto adjusts in OBS, so it just confuses me because like there's no need for it to auto adjust in OBS, right? So like fudging whatever, man. But hi, how are you all doing? I hope we're doing fantastically today. I'm ready to solve more cases, or rather continue to be stupid because I can't solve cases and stuff, but that's just how it is. Also, it is dark as hell outside and very cloudy and overcast because it's been raining, so maybe that's also messing with the lighting. I have no clue. But, people are doing well. Thank you for the host, Zero. I appreciate it. You're taking something to see which one will be the most sour and you started to die when you got to the skull. That is a rip. That's a rip. That is why... Something, I don't know. It's raining in Germany as well. It's just the one big cloud across the entire world right now. Stretching from Germany to Australia in like a very straight line. I don't know. Anyway, which one is my most recent save? This is my most recent. Exactly. We're gonna get back into the case. If you guys recall, if you don't, well then that's just a fudging rip. But if you guys recall, we just spoke to Gumshoe, and we showed him the ID card record for the people who entered the evidence room on the day of the murder. And Edgeworth was one of those people who entered the evidence room. His car was involved, his knife was involved, apparently his ID was involved. So many things were involved with Edgeworth, it's sort of sus. So we're gonna see what happened there. Bazoogel's killing spiders. I haven't seen his stream because I've been watching other people, but I did see the alert. And, unique. Detective Butts is ready to... Hold on a minute. It's not a fudging butt emote, is it? Is it a fudging butt emote? Zero. No. No. Let's go find our favorite little Edgeworth bud. Wait, what? He's not here? He wants to... Kel, how you doing? Wee wee, how are you? Hope you're doing well today. Sure. Let's just present some evidence to people. Maybe we'll get some stuff out of them. Did you take a look at this? Okay, no, she has no clue. Doing alright? I'm glad to hear it. She's probably not going to be able to help us with anything, but I'm going to present things to her anyway. No. Okay, she's useless. Actually, maybe I need to talk to Marshall about it. The blue badger is behind the murder? There's no way. Detective Gumshoe did that. It couldn't be. Okay, this guy's not gonna tell us that. Ah, I just selected the same thing! We need some evidence. Looks like we need some evidence again anyway with this guy. That's literally what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to show him evidence. And the game's like, looks like you need some evidence. I'm like, well, I'm just trying to fudging show you the evidence, boy. Why is he constantly cutting his beard with a knife? That's what everyone's asking. That's what we're all asking, Kel. Who has any idea? Like, he's not getting anywhere with it, so I don't know. Okay, you know what? What if I go back to Gumshoe? What if I go back to Gumshoe and we present some evidence? Okay, he doesn't know about that. You can't open lockers if your fingerprint doesn't match. If you can open it, they'll give you 50 cents. Note, the police department lacks faith in its lock system. After all, Detective Goodman was stabbed here after opening his locker. But at the same time, he was found dead over at the prosecutor's office. His beard is either regrowing hella faster than knife's not sharp, but you can see like the shaves of his beard fall off as he cuts it. So clearly it's sharp enough, right? So I don't know. And we showed him this. And that's when he noticed that Edgeworth's number is on this. And then this music started playing. And then nothing else happened. So like, I feel like I'm missing something. That's the photo that Miss Star took. Anything you can tell us about? That Miss Star is quite the lady. Why, I remember it was winter when I was 16. She was the only one who ever got to talk about what happened. 16, that's how old I am now. I wonder what happened. I wonder if you wore a trench coat in high school. I'm a liar? What do you mean, K-Thram? How am I a liar? Wait, what'd I do? Also, hi K-Thram, how you doing? How am I a liar? What happened? I'm so confused. What'd I do? Chat, do you know what I did? Because I don't. I don't have a clue what I did. K-Thram just comes in here accusing me of lying. Don't flip tables, this isn't blind people. K-Thram, it's not what blind playthrough means. I hate to break it to you, that is not what blind playthrough means. This is my crowning achievement, my masterpiece you might say. But others always misunderstood, pal. He was dancing proudly on the day of the awards ceremony, but there were a lot of people coming and going after the ceremony. Who knows, Retsky? Why is the fudging alert not going off? The fudge? Is the alert not going off? Let's do it manually. Uh-oh. Why do you keep... Hold on. I think something's happened. Hold on a moment. I'll fix this. I'll fix this. Just... Hold on. Audio device. Device not connected? Oh, that's why it didn't work. Because it fudging unplugged. Hold on. Hold on a minute. Okay, and... Dog vote. There we go. Now it works. It's the fudging, the Windows update, man. That really screwed over all my fudging sounds and everything. But like, we got it to work again, I guess. How you doing, Gretzky? Hope you're doing well. If I keep screwing up his alerts, will eventually leave. No. Hold on, let me just... Okay, so it is working. I just, for some reason now, I can't hear it. Like, I have it set to that I should be able to hear the alert go off. And now I'm not. So it's fudging whatever, I guess. Oh, there we go. I didn't have it set to monitor and output. Okay, Well, you know what? Everything's fine. Fudging drivers, am I right, chat? How you doing, Retsky? Hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. No, not the Discord alert, Keith. I'm talking about the, yeah. You experienced my Windows Update issue? Disconnect. It wasn't a Windows Update. That's the other thing, Keith. It wasn't Windows Update. It was fudging Elgato drivers updated. Because I'm an idiot that installed the Elgato program thinking I needed it. And guess what? OBS works natively with Elgato, so I didn't even need the program. But also, it didn't screw up OBS. It screwed up my voice meter settings because I use voice meter banana, so that way I can have different inputs and put things through different outputs, so that way I can change my settings and stuff. It screwed over my voice meter banana to the point where voice meter wasn't even recognized as an audio device in Windows at all, so I was getting no sound whatsoever, like at all. I had to completely uninstall and reinstall voice meter banana because it wasn't even detected as an audio device because Elgato updated and updated its own Elgato sound capture app, which completely took over the default settings, and then everything was stuffed. So I uninstalled Elgato, reinstalled Voice Meter Banana, and now I'm having no problems. It's just some things I forgot to reset up again, like the bot for the alerts. Oh my god, it just started raining so heavily, and some other stuff. But we're good now, probably. You wonder when Windows 11 will come out? Well, Microsoft said that Windows 10 was like the end of their Windows updates, and that they'll just keep updating 10. But we'll see about that, am I right? Voice meter is so good, it really is. I separate Discord from my computer sound so I can adjust Discord and have it on a separate audio track as all my other Windows sound, which is so good for streaming because it means I can just mute Discord as an audio source. I can still hear it, but you guys can't, and like all sorts of stuff is brilliant. Sort of. You need other setups and stuff, KTM. So like I have a virtual audio cable that basically turns Discord from an output into an input as well. So basically Discord is an input and an output for me, meaning I can set it to be an input as a separate thing, so I can manage voice meter and all that sort of stuff, and it's all confusing and complicated, which is exactly why any audio drivers can mess up my entire system, but it's so good. Lucas, how you doing? Wee woo, hope you're doing well. Welcome to the podcast. Windows 7 was great. I love Windows 10, I don't mind it. Like, they've made some horrible decisions and choices, like the game bar. The Windows game bar and the game stuff I've completely disabled entirely, as well as some other things I've disabled, but as an OS, it's pretty good. AJ podcast rant. Okay, not gonna lie, I've thought about doing podcasts in the past, but I don't think I can do it, right? Like, I don't have topics I can just talk to for like an hour. I can't do that. I can stream, but I can't podcast. Yeah, it's an interactive podcast, exactly. Like, why do a podcast when I can do a stream? Come on, guys. Supreme King. Ah! Wee woo, how are you? Hope you're doing well today. You know what a virtual audio cable is? Well, look, I wouldn't know, K-Fan, because you yourself said you know nothing about technology, so, like, I'm just saying. No, I'm good, thanks, K-Fan. I've had some other friends say they're interested in doing podcasts, so if I was to do a podcast, I'd do it with, like, them, because I've already expressed interest, but, like, apart from that, I'm not really interested in doing a podcast, like, at all, really. So, it's whatever. No offense, K-Fam, I'm just, like, not... I mean... Because they're friends, I understand. Wait, what? Podcasted Pika? Guys. Half of you hate Pika. Retsky. And half of you... would be okay with it, so I guess there's that. Anyway, there are a lot of people coming and going after the ceremony. You feel attacked? You're the one who attacks Pika every Sunday. Peekaboo! Oh, I love him. How often do you pay for scriptures? I told you, Pika knows you hate him. Pika knows. Yes, Pika, how do you feel about Australia? I mean, Pika is... Cockatiels are Australian, natively. Is Redsky so big he counts as half the viewers? I mean, his ego is... Oh, sorry. His ego is... I forgot I have the sound effect now. I actually did the thing. Anyway, yay she peekaboo. So that took the blue badger away for a while. Really? Why? Oh, they said it was shameful or something like that. Shameful? I toiled night and day. You don't, K-Fam, you don't. It's not that it wasn't working, it's that I didn't have a sound effect. So last night or this morning or sometime, I just quickly downloaded the sound effect and put it on my soundboard. So, oh yeah. I don't think we have anything. Oh, here we go. We can talk about the SL9 incident. Now that was a bloody violent case. Violent? So was a murder. A serial killing. Oh my god. Maybe I don't want to get involved in this, Phoenix. You have no choice. But the killer made a mistake, and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him. And this was 2 years ago. They put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight and started the rumor mill. Rumors? About Forge Evans? It was supposed to be all cleaned up with the transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is. Prosecutor Viewer? Oh yeah, Supreme King. We had a court trial yesterday. It was a hell of a lot of fun. For all those involved, especially the guilty victim. The lawyer games are getting to his head. Guys, you know that's sort of like my whole thing, right? Maybe it's more of a thing in the other streamers I watch that constantly refer to me as a lawyer, even though I constantly tell them I'm not a lawyer. But like, that's become a big thing in like a lot of other streams I visit, and I sort of feel it slightly sinking into this as I play this game, so I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna embrace it. Prosecutor Viewer, 20,000 channel points. Do it. I'll have a limit, like, I'm not gonna fudging do it like left, right, front, and center, but for those of you in the Discord, I made an entirely new Discord channel, and I'm gonna, like, put in, like, the relevant segments of, like, whenever trials happen. So, like, the trial from yesterday that we did, that was about 20 minutes long. I chucked that in the Discord channel. Any other more ones we have, they'll be going in that channel as well. Guilty to the gallows with you. It was fun and no. So what I'm hearing was, it was fun. And no, he's not prosecuting anyone. No, oh, no killing. He means no killing. That's what I said, yeah. Huh? What do you mean? Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident, see? So, that switchblade knife. The victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself. Hey pal, look at the time. Was there something you need to be going to? It's just that Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be letting out soon. I'm going to give them my report for the day. That's not a report, Gumshoe. It might help, you know. Report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer? The Chinese handcuffs? What the fudge, Supreme King? Excuse me, what? What? Now your fingers are trapped? What the fudge you on about, Supreme King? I'm so lost. The one that says nothing but no problems? Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth I'm talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like this. I believe in him. Who needs enemies when you got friends like Detective Gumshoe? I'm off, pal. Later. Probably see what Edgeworth has to say too. We absolutely should. That's what I tried to do before. You just gotta push them together to get out. You're the judge. I'm not gonna comment. What? I'm so lost. Actually, wait. No, not there. Fudge. I mean, here. Okay, no. So we actually do need to go to the, parking lot. Zero is... Look, in any future cases, I'll be the judge. If I'm not involved. Because I'm the streamer, and streamers automatically becoming the judge. I might have my own jury members to support me, and who also get to help with the decision. But ultimately, I am the dictator here, and what I say goes. So obviously, if we are going to have a jury, it will be a 3-man jury, me and 2 others. That way I can be the tiebreaker and overrule the others whenever there's any case of a confusion, you know? It's simple stuff. You hereby call a Vegemite ban overruled. You fudger, you try to take on Vegemite against the Australian? Hello? No, Vegemite fudging stays. God. The bellboy! Overruled. Just because you haven't had Vegemite doesn't mean that you can ban it. Unless you're objecting to Supreme King, in which case sustained. Ah, guests! My apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Mr. Lucas, Mr. Supreme, stop this nonsense. I need to sentence you 500 hours of social work. Zero, shut up, you're not the judge. That was a one-time situation. I am the judge now. I am the captain now. Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave. So long. Is Edgeworth here? There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand. Edgeworth? Oh, he does not look happy. Right. Here's the hotel bringing tea service, right? Mr. Edgeworth, you're back in the district prosecutor's office inquiry? You're objecting, Supreme King. Sustained. I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Ah, yes. He brought me the latest information, it seems. Really? Was it helpful? Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow. The real info's on the other side, Edgeworth. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him. So, how did the inquiry committee go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation. Concealing evidence? Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. Lucario use Aura Sphere? I mean, I can. I mean, are you a Pokemon or are you a human, Lucas? Are you Lucas or are you Lucario? Make up your mind. Use it on Zero! It's not Johnny, Zero Buster. It's Ajani. Or AJ. Get it right. The A is important here? Hello? No, it gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again. Again? I've heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago. You're both, obviously. Oh, so you're you're a Lucario who's nicknamed Lucas, but you're a human. So yeah, Supreme King, he is one of those mystery dungeon Pokemon. It's the only thing I can think of. Can we not, like, aim rockets and Pokemon moves at each other, guys? Can we all just be friends here? Like, please? Or a Pokemon furry. Exactly! That was really bad timing from you, Lucas. Anime fan, hello, how you doing? Wee woo, hope you're doing well today. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still a presiding prosecuting attorney. However, something happened? They gave control of the investigation over to the police department. The police department? Yes, any further investigation for this case will be directed by Chief of Police Gant. Well, that's not suspicious at all. Peekaboo! Pika's adorable. What is that emoji? Oh, it's a doggo. Lillipop? It's not Lillipop. It's a primate. Oh my lord. Literally, the Twitch user is Angry Primate, and I'm over here like, it's a Lillipop. Timing's a state of mind. Yeah, it's a primate. I can words. I can words. You fell asleep, just woke up. Good morning to you. I hope you're having a great morning so far. I can do nothing but wait for his results. I see. Why, I asked you. Why? All along, I've only done what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still. Wow, I've never seen this out of sorts. Hey, here, look. You went to the evidence room. Fudge, I didn't present. I keep doing that. Oh, right. I'd better check this now. As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID card usage. Edgeworth, you went to the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true. Why, Mr. Edgeworth? Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go, by Chief Gant, no less. Now, this is looking fudging suspicious. Now, I know he's the chief of police, but I've been suspicious of him. He's too happy. He's sus. You did a little long stream yesterday? Nice. What'd you play? How was it? I hope it went well. Chief of police? One of the amendments for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. AI-16. Told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. But it was solved, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed. The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. Can I ask what kind of case it was? I can't say. Yeah, I don't know, Zero. It's not in the court record, I'll look at it after. It really has nothing to do with the current case. Now I'm curious about this other case. Unrelated evidence. Screwdriver. Unrelated evidence! Stubborn as always, I told you it has nothing to do with the current case. I'll be the judge of that. Taxes AI-16. What's that got to do with anything? Nothing, apparently. At least that's what Edgeworth said. It makes it seem more suspicious. It might turn out to be a clue that breaks the case. Yeah, that would be nice. The first Ace Attorney game, it was for 10 hours. Did you finish it? Because I'm still going. I mean, to be fair, I've played for more than 10 hours, but that's not the point. Actually, how long have I played? I've played 29 hours of this fudging game, and I still haven't beaten it. Oh my lord. There's no way this game is 30 hours long. I'm just really bad, aren't I? What if we turn it upside down? Yeah, no, I don't think that's another upside down case 0. Like, that is not. Told you, yeah. It is really long. Okay, well, if it has nothing to do with it. Right, please, I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea. Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth just told you no in a very polite manner. You can't do the fingerprint thing while streaming? I don't even know what the fingerprint thing is, but that's a rip. I'm just gonna show him every bit of evidence. And see if he reacts to any of it. Is that cheesing the system? Yeah, a little. I guess the fingerprint thing is something I'll find out, right? Ah, fudge. I skipped past it, because I'm a dummy. The boatkeeper, yeah. Oh, no, wait, no, that's not what... I don't think that's what he's talking about. It all has to do with that case you're on, the SL9 incident. And some dark suspicion you're wrapped up in. You were the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. Here we go, boys. Look, leakers, it's fine. When you have so much evidence, you just sort of show everything you can, and eventually you'll get something, right? Huh, okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. The SL9 instance was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the Deputy Chief of Police at the time, Damon Gant. He was still... Don't worry, it's good. Sauce. He was a top officer, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? Fudging cheese emotes, man. Also, is my camera light, like, really weird to you guys? Like, I feel like the lighting of this camera is, like, really weird. Because, like, if I turn it off, like, look, like, there's something wrong with my camera settings. There's no reason for the camera to be, like, red, even if there's no a light, right? I don't know, it just seems really odd. Is it a global emote? Oh, that's a hyperscape emote? It's all black for you? Like, I don't get it. Like... Man, I don't know. I'm trying. The fudging... Whatever. I want to know why I was the Deputy Chief of Police in the investigation. In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. Oh yeah, true, that's right, Lucas. You said it's audio only. That's a rip, huh? We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't? Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the prosecutor wanted to know something. But my sister? What? If you were still studying forensic science. Huh? Yes, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this. Luminol testing fluid. Well then, you might have use for this. Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints? Is this what you meant? I'm assuming this is what you meant, anime fan. You can't do the fingerprinting thing while streaming, is it this? It's been chemically treated for better adhesion. For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know. I have no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth, I'm really... No need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks. How about giving me these Detective Gumshoe as well? Oh boy. Well, let's get going. One last investigation. Right, I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. Oh yeah. Oh, yeah, boy. Let's go. Oh, she's gone. He's gone. Oh, this is not going to go well, is it? Investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. Here, in this blood and detective evidences locker. Let's use the secret weapon we just... Oh, let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed. Everyone is gone? What do you mean? Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger. Finger? Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. Let's choose the finger that will have left behind the clearest print. Quit procrastinating and choose a finger. I'm gonna choose a thumb, actually. Can I choose a thumb? Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done. First, we sprinkle the aluminium powder around. Huh? How do you do that? With A button, see? Ah, it looks like that did the trick. The aluminium powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess. Oh. Are you playing on an emulator, anime fan? Is that what it is? Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake. See? Wow, that looks like fun. It's fine. It won't go up your nose or anything. Yeah, I was gonna say. With A button shows the enter button. Well, here's the thing. It says with E, but I'm using a controller, so I have no fudging clue what the E button is. Just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright. Oh, let's go. Aha! You did it! You found one! But this looks nothing like a fingerprint. Now you mention it, I guess it doesn't. What does it mean? I think it means we're out of luck. Out of luck? The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves. Don't tell me you've been wasting our time here! Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints? Looking at the locker door again closely. It seems like there are fingerprints outside the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print. Well, I just want to, you know, just, you mess around with your settings, good luck to you. I hope it works. Oh, let's go! We've got ourselves a print, boys! Wait, really? It's not good enough? Just, let me just, use some more. Yay! A print so clear it's dazzling! The dazzling? Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away. So we're not done yet? This is quite a process. Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? Sprinkle some more salt. Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth, and point out the person who you think left these prints. How am I supposed to know who it was? I can make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints in different places, right? That means the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So his fingerprint will be most likely found in this evidence locker. Probably the owner of the locker, right? So Gumshoe. Yeah? Yeah, looks like Gumshoes. Definitely Gumshoes. Delightful. Aha! So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look. I guess that's probably because I was thinking so what. Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. There was one other handprint in this room. This is where we got the liminal fluid reaction, right? Right! There was a handprint here. Okay, wanna try using this? Let's check for prints, boys. That's the spirit. Oh, but I have to warn you about something first. What? The area of the blood was wiped away, right? We only ended up finding it using chemical means. Any prints in that area will have been wiped away too. Oh, right. So that means no prints. Would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Oh my god, they'll be underneath this thing, right? No? Emma, you too smart for us? Things that weren't right away. But like, it'll be underneath this, right? That's what I'm thinking. But so far, it's not popping up. Oh my god, right, where the hand would be, right? Where the other fingers would be, yeah? That's what it means. They would only have wiped away the blood. But there are other hand fingerprints that are there that weren't wiped away because there was no blood. So why would they have wiped it away? It makes perfect sense. Marshall! I was suspicious of Marshall from the very beginning. I was suspicious of Marshall, boys. And what do we have here? Marshall. Hey, these fingerprints, whose are they? Whose? Is it someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. Huh? Officer Jake Marshall? That's gotta be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime. Emma, this is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. I seem to be suspicious of everyone. Okay, yeah, but like, I was very suspicious of Marshall. The luminol reaction. The blood and the fingerprints are in the same place. Oh. Oh! So we have his fingerprints on a wiped blood stain. And remember, guys, as well, he told us he wasn't at the security room that day because he doesn't do anything. The cameras get everything. Well, if he knew the cameras had everything, he would have disguised himself as Officer Goodman, walked into the room, and then when Meekins was like, well, where's your ID? Marshall would have pulled the gun or the knife on him. Then he got what he wanted out of it. Then he tried to get what he wanted out of the evidence, but as he says, he's not good with technology. He tried to open up the thing and it probably wouldn't open on him. So he like whacked it or something, leaving the bloody handprint, which was caused by him injuring Meekins, trying to cut his left hand or something. I don't fudging know what happened there. He's not good with technology. Tried to open the thing, it wouldn't open. So I don't know. That's all I got. That's all I got so far. But he's in charge of security, so he absolutely could have done it. Looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. To be continued, chat. Of course it is. Whoops, I clicked out of my game because I'm a fool. So what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. As you said, the case is super long. I mean, that's fair enough. I don't mind. I'm having a great time, right? My goal, I'm gonna be honest, is to finish this case and then, like, move on to a different game instead. Take a break from Ace Attorney, come back to it later, sort of thing. Because I do have other games that I am partway through that I just sort of stopped playing. I just want to, like, finish off this case and Ace Attorney and stuff, because this is one of those games where if I leave it for ages, I'll come back and be super confused and won't know what's going on, which is exactly what happened last time I left this game. So I'm going to get it done, and I'm going to move back to the other games that I've been playing. But we'll come back to it, you know? Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope that didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So how'd it go? It's as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What did you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. Like Prey, Persona 5, Assassin's Creed, Patho 2, Skye... Yeah, like those, except maybe not Patho 2. But Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret. I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Skye? The storyline in this game connecting various games? Oh no, that's fair enough. I'm not concerned about the overall storyline. I'll remember the overall storyline. That's not a problem. I'm talking about like the nitty-gritty details and like the nitpicking that you have to do for each case. I can't remember that thing. Which, obviously, you know, that makes sense. But I'll remember the whole storyline. That's fine. I'm okay with that. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Skye? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. Let's go. I love how that always starts with talking before the court. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution is... I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. Takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. But that's not physically possible, is it? But what's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is one messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait? Yes, actually. Hold on, guys. Pika wants to go back in his cage. Here you go, baby. Very well. At the trial resumed. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Well, yeah. Hoo boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go. That's Meekins, alright? Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir! I'm Officer Mike Meekins, sir! My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir! So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir! It was me, sir! I'm the one who did it! I'll never kill anyone again, sir! You gotta believe me, sir! Meekins, who created you? I don't know, but Meekins is amazing and I love him. Actually, what we'd like to hear from you is... Sir, I'm what we'd call part of the younger generation, sir! A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Help me, sir. Officer Meekins. Yes, sir! Give us your report of the crime. Consider that in order. Yes, sir, as you wish. After all, I'm part of a generation who must be told what to do, sir! Can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm. This dude, man. Crime report, sir! Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man in a security screen and rushed into the room. Feel this is a shot at millennials? I mean, I'm not a millennial, so I'm fine. I was only doing what I was trying to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life. Then I did it. After that, I passed out, until another officer smacked me awake. But look, this guy doesn't have a beard. I mean, you're right. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you? Do unto others before they do unto you. That's Meekins' family motto, sir. I see. And you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. Wait, what? I'm the old Goofy? Wait, what? I mean, 23 is not millennial, right? I believe. The fudge is that, Lucas? I don't know what that word even is. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. What I need here is more info to work with. Yeah, we're pressing the hell out of him. Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir! I am in charge of hiring new recruits, sir! It's a scary thought, yeah. Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime. Okay, but what does that mean? Because I've never heard of it. Which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. The Blue Badger? Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by Chief of Detectives, sir. That was created by Gumshoe. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transfer process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir. I see. Sounds like a very, important mission. Source, hey Filter Casual, how you doing? Wee woo, hope you're doing well today. This is the murder. The murder of the Blue Badger! Oh wait, no, you're saying the Blue Badger is the murderer. Come on now, leave the Blue Badger alone. It's a saying meaning like old man. Oh, okay. I've never heard it. Did we just call them like old people here? After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, that's why you went to the evidence room. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what are we waiting? What? What? Tell us, what did you see when you got there? I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and he rushed into the room. Whether they call them old people? I mean, I'm assuming they call old people in a lot of places. Oh wait, no, you mean what Lucas said. I'm a dummy. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? All you know is boomers or Gen Z. Yeah, there's baby boomers, there's Generation X, Generation Y, otherwise known as millennials, and Generation Z. It's just a term. You're American, you haven't heard that? Maybe it was just where you came from, Lucas, I don't know. Hey, I'm a millennial! So you were born before 1997? You guess. Yeah, it's a little bit like on the cusp, but I've heard like the one I'm most familiar with is up to 1997 is millennial. No. Yeah, up to 1996 is millennial and then 1997 is Gen Z. Who was Florida Man then? He's Florida Man. What a dumb questions, Eric. Come on. 1993. Okay, yeah, that's definitely millennial. Moving on. Precisely, sir. I have one right around here on my neck. Right around my neck. The world's worst Superman. Oof. At least he's a real superhero. So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right? You need to go to the bathroom? Sure thing, Zero. There it is! I found it! This is the one right here. Could you please read us the number? Yes, sir! It's 4989596. That's my number, sir! I see. Huh. But number 4989596 is shown as being used twice! Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated Blue Badger to the evidence room. And the second time is when I went to go get him after everything settled down. I see. So it was during that second time when... Yes, sir! That was when I spotted the man on the security screen. Interesting. Interesting. Let's have another look at that. Right? Because here's my thing. So... he spotted Bruce Goodman, the murder victim, on there, and that's when he went inside. Florida Man removes woman's kidney during back surgery because he thought it was a tumor. Is the one that came out in your birthday? What? Dude, no. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir! A knife! Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you? Oh, what happened then? No, we don't have a Florida Man. I'm in Australia. We had Steve Irwin, but then he passed away, rest in peace. Well, me charging at him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. Not exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash in my hand. Oh no, I mean, which is the one that came out on my birthday? I don't have a clue. I have no idea what Florida Man... I don't really know Florida Man. We will always miss you, Steve Irwin. We will. Rest in peace, Steve Irwin. Did you know his daughter, Bindi Irwin, is fudging married and pregnant? Like, I swear, like, Bindi's only like a year or two either older or younger than me. And she has her fudging life together doing things, and I'm out here like... I'm not important. And that, my friends, is why you don't compare yourself to anyone. Because there'll always be those people who are doing better than you, and it's not worth crying over it. Believe so, Lucas. Believe so. Yeah. Happily married and pregnant. Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be... When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. You share a birthday with Danny DeVito? Yo, that's cool. That's cool. Fought for my life. Then I did it. Good for her. Oh, yeah, absolutely, Lucas. Hello, Pika. Hello, baby. Up, up. You want to come up? Pika does not want to come up. What exactly did you mean when you say you did it? I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. You took his knife? I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. See. He must have been desperate. The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood, and then the next thing I knew... yes? He punched me right in my face, sir! After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. About what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Good point. According to the report from his officer, he woke up as witness. It was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain. That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is. When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir. The blue badges, sir. I returned to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins. With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning, sir. The chief? Delivered it? What is that? A videotape? Yes, sir, that's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room. What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased. It's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. Looks like Communication Police Department is as good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. Show us a video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me. A video of a real murder? Just what are we getting ourselves into? That's a question. Fudging! Typical that this thing is blocking, like, the most important thing, right? We probably don't even get to see the murder, do we? Oh! Oh my god, it's facing the wrong goddamn way. We're gonna come back and we're gonna have missed everything, right? Hey. He goes to open that locker. The glove falls out. Meekins comes along. It tells you they just saw this thing will haunt your dreams. Oh! It looked to me like Goodman stabbed Meekins, not the other way around, but I guess we'll come back. And Meekins is down and Goodman is nowhere to be seen. Hold on a minute. Guys, give me like a second. I need to double check. I'm gonna go back in my VOD, and I'm gonna check to see whether I saw what I thought I saw. I think I just saw... I want to make sure... Yes! Yes, I did see what I thought I just saw! Okay, on the very left-hand side of that recording, you can see that one of the lockers was closed. It scanned, Meekins was down, it went back, the locker was closed, but something was poking out of it. That same thing we saw. Fudge, where is it? We don't have a photo, but... Okay. Fudge, this locker here had something poking out of it. Also, hello, Akai. How you doing? Wee-woo. Hope you're doing well today. That locker there had something poking out of it at the end of the tape, but not in the beginning of the tape. That's what I thought I saw. I thought I was going insane. I went to double check it. That is indeed what happened. I'm a fudging genius. Big brain. Anyway, let's move on with the case. Akai, I hope you're doing well today. Welcome, welcome. Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? The hell was that wiggling piece of plywood? Depressed? Don't mind me. I just want to say hi. I'm so sorry to hear that, Akai. I hope you feel better soon. I hope I help with the stream or anything. I hope you feel better, Akai. If you need to talk, you know, my Discord's open, etc., etc. Sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire Criminal Affairs Department, sir. It's the Blue Badger, sir. Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Yes, well, anyway, this tape seems to prove the witness did indeed encounter someone in the evidence room, and Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that all right with you, Officer Meekins? Yes, sir. As you wish, sir. His face can't be clearly seen in the video. You're gonna lurk? Sure thing, Akai. I hope you enjoy the lurk, and I hope you feel better soon. But there's no question the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. Why does he have his bandaged hand? Because he was attacked by Goodman. What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. Now, these locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have had to have been Detective Goodman. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. Everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? At the face of the man who attacked you with a knife? Sir, if you must label people as having seen or not seen the man's face, I believe I would be classified as the latter? The latter? But you were standing right in front of him, were you not? More to the point, you are the person who fought him, aren't you? Oh yes, sir! But I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir. I'm not the kind of guy who looks directly at people and talking with them, you see? That's a good trait for a police officer. Still, I'm sure it was him. I'd bet my badge on it. Looks like he's about to lose his badge. I don't think it was Detective Goodman. But you don't know that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face. Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as having seen or not seen it, since his face can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it. Well, why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing or... Meekins. Eek! Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now please be more certain when you testify. Yes, sir! You claim the man who brandished the knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you're positive it was him. I mean, he opened the locker which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. 0? 2 of them? Really? There you go. About these lockers, is there no other way to open them? No, sir. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to registered fingerprints, sir. Wonder what kind of methods he's tried. If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprints, then he must be the person the locker was assigned to. Exactly my point, sir. And this too. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. How do you know that information? I've heard rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir. People in the know? Workers in the department cafeteria, sir. They keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir. For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source. So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint. It must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. However, the most important detail is not shown in the video. This man's face. So, sir, if I may say something, sir. Please do. After all, you are the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust the knife into my body, sir. My unsealed state can testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with that. Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again. Is there a problem with the security video? There is a problem. And it's the thing I pointed out. The other locker was opened and something was hanging out of it. Regarding the video contained in this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange? This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. Oh, what? This video contains such a contradiction. Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. He would want me to point it out. Very well, proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us the contradiction you speak of. Okay, let's do it. You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that indicates the man may not have been Professor Goodman? I'm gonna fast forward it. Okay, as you can see, locker is nothing's hanging out of the locker, right? So like, if we go back a little bit, go back a little bit, and then pause it. Nothing is hanging out of the locker, yeah, guys? And then, when I play it, and fast forward it, he opens that, thing falls out of it, goes back, still nothing hanging out of the locker. Goes over here, there's a fight. Nothing hanging out of the locker. Meekins is there. On the ground. Right fudging there. There's something hanging out of the locker. The thing that's strange about this video has to be this. Yes, that is strange. Something certainly seems unnatural about that. What could it mean? Not big brain? Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Wright, but you seem to have forgotten the point of this exercise. The point? What you're looking for is one thing and one thing only. Something that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman. Oh, yeah. Oh, I almost walked right into the fence's trap. I'll place him under arrest, sir. What do you mean, not big brain? It means someone else opened that locker. Maybe I pointed the wrong thing. Right? Because, like, my point is, like, he opened that locker on his way out. Okay, so that fell out, so what? In the words of Von Karma, nuh-uh. Okay, I'm just like checking everything, you know? Oh my god, I love how this literally hides his face. It's perfect. They've framed it so well done, honestly. There's blood in his thing now. Okay, because he grappled with the knife. Okay. He left the thing open. Sure. But like, it must... That just means that it was opened, right? I'm saying. Oh my god, this. That means it was already open. That's what that means, it was already open. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins? Sir, do you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the lock apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, sensor reads your fingerprint. If it's a match, the light turns on and the lock is released. See, my thinking here was he's not the man because he was able to open another locker. So it's the same logic, but what I didn't see was that that locker was already opened. It's the same sort of logic, but I guess the other one, the locker already being open, proves more that it's not necessarily him, rather than the fact he opened another locker. But my thinking was, well, if he opened another locker, it's very clearly not him, because he opened a locker that wasn't his. But hey, whatever works, I guess. Light turns on as a lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. Yeah, see, that's my thinking, Lucas. My thinking was he opened another locker. But, hey, it's whatever. Game logic. Yeah, exactly. Really, we're gonna watch the whole thing again? Like, I've watched it 4 times now. Not 4, but you know what I mean. Several times. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind to a little earlier. Oh my god! Bruh, view of this song? Oh man, I love the song. The song's great. No problem with the song. I despise it. Here, notice the light? Oh, what's this? It's already lit? Precisely my point, Your Honor. The lock was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Ah! Oh, order. What's the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When the door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know, it must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor will detect and report any malfunction. Oh, well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes. Why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jam the system sensor. Something jammed the sensor, say... There's something else that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's gotta be another clue somewhere in this footage. It was the glove falling out of it. Very well, let's inspect the video once more. Locker wasn't locked, Mr. Wright. Prove your case. When am I having dinner? Could be like in an hour or so. Why do you... Oh, well, anywhere from like half an hour to an hour and a bit. Please watch closely. This is a continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Thank God the music's not playing now. That's all I have to say. The thing sticking out of the locker. Yeah, like it fell out, so it must have jammed the sensor that causes it to be shut. So when he opened it, it fell out because that was the thing that was jamming the sensor. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are opened. I often fall out and roll like... Objection! We can't be sure that item was completely inside the locker to begin with. Oh, what do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? So watch the thing again. At least there's no music, ladies and gentlemen. It's like the most important thing. This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times you get stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie tricks me. But the object would have been extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would have had to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator, but the crime scene. There just might have been something that fits the description. But sir, by insulator, you don't mean... Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck in the locker door? That would be the glove. I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is this not so, Officer Meekins? Sir! It would appear so, sir! Order. So we're to believe then the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman. Do not be misled, Your Honor. Well, what do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defense has merely demonstrated the possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins? Please testify about this. Sir? Me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. Is this a joke? Very well, begin your testimony. Mystery Man 2. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. And an ID card is used as a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used this card. He's got a good point there, I can't fault him with that. An ID card record, I see. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. Exactly, that's his number. The ID used at 5:14 is that of the victim. Just before the crime, yes, without a doubt this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. What is Pika doing? It sounds like... Pika's just like looking at me as if to say, I'm not doing anything. Why are you watching me? And I'm like very concerned. There are only a few cases up for transfer there, and most were cleared up by noon. Alright, I see. Now, let's move on to the cross-examination. So, unlike your earlier testimony, you believe this to be rock solid, do you? Yes, sir! Solid as stone, sir! She's about to dive bomb you in a minute. What, Pika? Nah. Pika's good. Pika doesn't dive bomb. Pika just flies and lands nearby. My hand wasn't wrapped in bandages. I didn't even get the V for victory sign, sir. Couldn't he just use his right hand for that? Let's hear him out fully. As we've seen, one never knows what he might say until the very last second. Is that card hanging from your neck one of these ID cards? Yes, sir. This card right next to my cuff, sir. Keep it here so I won't ever forget it. But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that? Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck when I get out of my car? Well, the remaining time it's my ID card that gets stuck. Instead of the door closing, maybe I should just leave this one alone. And anyway, each police officer has only one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this. But what if? Pika won't. It's fine, Zero. Don't even worry about it. Please proceed with your testimony. An ID card is used as a record of it. Oh wait, I didn't mean to... There we go. Let it be known that this is the record the witness referred to. Let me see. Yes, that would be it. Detective Goodman. What's the matter? According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here. So it is, Your Honor. Not the prosecutor again. Hey, maybe he's behind all this. Being a prosecutor, he could hide the evidence. Mommy, is that man in blue a murderer? Shh, don't stare at him. You've got the wrong color, kid. It would seem the inquiry committee will want to speak with you again today. I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences. For now, let us continue with the cross-examination. Poor Mr. Edgeworth must be so difficult for him. At time of the crime, the detective had used his card. Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you. Yes, sir, he didn't show me any ID card, sir. Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. Maybe he just panicked. Everything stems from the contradictions. Let's point them out. Mr. Wright, what do you think? I'm confused. What? problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this. You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we got. The detective had used his card at the time of the crime. Wait. But this was found at the crime scene, right? Would someone pretend to lose their ID card only get a new one so they had 2 ID cards? I don't think that's possible, though. 5842189. Five eight four two one eight nine. No, I don't think so, Zero, because I think they get a different ID every time a card is issued, right? I think that was something along those lines. Dang it, I was gonna check the time here. This is after 5:14 as well. It's after 5:14 as well, so like it matches up. He walks in. So what's the number of 420? That's just another ID card. We just don't know whose it is. Oh my god, he lost his ID card! He lost his ID. I think you're right, Zero. I think he lost his ID card because he's submitted a lost item report. Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. Oh, that makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. A lost item report. It's only half completed. But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess. You believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Order. So now what does all this mean? It can't only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Order. Does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo? Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 PM on the day of the crime... Your big brain? Big brain. The man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are 2 grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What's he up to? He's gonna say if it wasn't Goodman, then Goodman didn't die. There was no then Goodman wasn't murdered in the evidence room. Which means that Goodman was murdered in the underground parking lot by Lana Skye. Now suddenly there's no more confusion around 2 murders, 1 person. We've now realized that the other person that was murdered was not Goodman at all. So therefore there's only 1 murder location, 1 murder victim, 1 murderer. We've just helped his case, is what Edgeworth is gonna say. Is we've helped him. Which is super unfortunate. I'm also gonna turn this down now that it's like actually getting brighter outside, but yeah. That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instance of the murder. That is, well, I guess that's right. You're just helping some pie, don't worry, it's okay. Wait, what? What? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago, you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. Oh, Senpai, you're just helping Senpai. Okay. This isn't gonna end well. Not some pie. Yeah, I know. I was like, some pie. What? Well, well, it seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot, at the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. Phoenix is like, ah, fudge, I did do that, didn't I? We did it, ladies and gentlemen. I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered, and where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something else, or Lana. You have to do something else, Lana. What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? Object. You never wait and see what happens. One moment, Your Honor. We try to save... Well, he's just doing his job, and so are we, so it's okay. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. Yeah, we know that. What of it? Leave my edgy alone. Lucas. Lucas. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Save for the lols? I know. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination to the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor? If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? Yeah, no, exactly. And I pointed that out, Zero, as well. I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas stranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean... Your Honor? The defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh, whom do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testify, well, what is his or her name? The defense calling a witness? I mean, this happens in real cases, but Ace Attorney is not a real case, so... Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. While the prosecution, please prepare the witness during this time. We will, Your Honor. The court is now in recess. Yeah, just how the game is, I know. E-break, boys. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. I haven't figured anything out. Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma, you always know everything. Why didn't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't ever recall asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? Wait, but not interrupting anything, pals. Pika's still looking. No, Pika's doing alright. Pika's doing his own thing now. Hello, Pika. Hello, baby. Pika's being adorable. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Oh, Gumshoe. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, detective. You better be, pal. Hey, 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 hey! I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Skye. That's okay. So, have you bought what I asked? Oh, oh. You mean this, right? My apologies, detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident? But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Is that money? Wait, what? Oh, sorry, yeah. It's not money. There are SL9 case files. I should probably move my camera for the Ace Attorney stuff, but, oops. Hello, Pika! Well, there he go. Here, you might do well to read them. I can't believe you, the Chief Prosecutor were a witness in that case. Miss Skye was a witness? The Joe Dark killings? Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with the serial murders. Oh what, now that I bought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma, but why? Why is your name in here? Wait, okay, we gotta check these. Perpetrator Joe Dark, crime, serial murder, sentence, death. Victims, Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Rachel Moss, Edith Kirby, Jeb Bates, Neil Marshall. I wonder if Neil Marshall is related to Jake Marshall? Accidentally summoned the demon and gave you $50? Dude, nice. Trial data, head prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, witness Lana Skye, Emma Skye. Emma Skye was a witness? Investigation Task Force, executive investigators, Devin Gant, Lana Skye, head investigator Bruce Goodman, investigators Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. What? My name's in there? I don't know, unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that... That's a classification number the police filed it under. We weren't involved, Zero. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as... the Joe Dark killings. The Joe Dark... No, no, Lana. That's over with, no! Emma, wait! She ran away. You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you, you might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. This just got interesting. My hair's sticking up a little bit. Gumshoe catch Emma? Nah, Emma just needs some time to process something, I guess. I don't know. The court will now reconvene for a trial of Miss Skye. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand, the officer in charge of governing the evidence room on the day of the crime. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trials of civilization. I have a face, Transient Arts! I have a face! Wee, how are you? I hope you're doing well today. Welcome, welcome, what's up? I have a face! He's kind of shaved now? No, he's not. You'll see, Zero, you'll see. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know, you're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime took place. Is this correct? See, look, he's still not done shaving, Zero. See, look, he's still shaving. According to the papers, partner? What do you mean? Desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert winds. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we got on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English. He's taking forever, he is. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. You've never seen me on face cam before? Yeah, up until like, I think it was 3 weeks ago now, was the first time I put on face cam. And you haven't been around for like, probably about that amount of time. So that would explain that, transient arts. But hello, this is me. Greetings. You have the same amount of hair in your beard and you can shave in 10 to 15 minutes? Yeah, I know, it's insane. I probably should shave mine, but like, I'm lazy, and that takes time and effort, and like, ugh, you know? I don't have time for self-care. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo this time, I hit the trail. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. It was 2 weeks ago, according to Twitch. Was it 2 weeks? No, there's no way. My face cam was 3 weeks ago, not 2, right? Because it was my big 500 follower special is when I turned it on. So that's more than 2 weeks. Let me check. I'm trying to find where it is. Okay, that was August the 2nd, so it was 3 weeks ago. Yeah, it was 3 weeks ago, August the 2nd. So yeah, 0. Yeah. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean, security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? See, this is what I was talking about before. He didn't know they were fingerprint-activated locks. So he probably went to try open a locker, and the one with his blood hand on it, and he did open it. He just got lucky opening Goodman's locker because he didn't know. And that one was already open because something was stuck in it. So he opened Goodman's locker, then he went to open his own locker because he didn't know about the fingerprints. Yeah, it was 3 weeks ago for one stream, and then the other streams didn't have it until, like, about half a week or a week later when I did get my own camera. Yes. He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with the machines or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? Oh, this one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. Peekaboo! My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room? He's not good at shaving you, right? Dodging this camera light, man. I don't know. It's like, the rest of the room is like, lighting screws it up. Does it mean you can see Pika? You can, when Pika's being cooperative. Pika at the moment is like, way off camera on the top of my bookshelf, just sort of hanging out, having a great time. But when Pika will fly over to me, you'll definitely see him. He'll be like sitting on the back of my chair. Pika, fly, fly! There we go. Good bird, Pika. Hello. People want to see you, Bubby. Up, up. Up, up. There you go. Say hi, Bubby. Hey. Want sketches? Hey. Are the toys still there? Pika's toys? Yeah. Pika has a bunch of things to play with and chew on and stuff. So there's Pika. The adorable little baby. Hey, you adorable little baby. Go on, Bubba. No? Pretty bird. He's a pretty bird, Bubby. Wait, guys, I'll see if I can get Pika to sing Adam's Family. Oh, well, nope, there he goes. He didn't do it. Better not poop in my chair. Pika constantly poops in my chair. I have to clean it like every day or so because there's just poop in between the, this thing here. But, like, that's normal. I'm used to it now. That's just what happens when you have a bird. Birds poop everywhere. So I just clean it up and then he's fine. He can do whatever he wants, you know? I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera. The room's so still, even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who interred the recordings. You interred them? Videos and nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. Nothing unusual is recorded. Tapes would be erased every 6 hours. Each time I had erased the tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good. So, in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. If you leave this gun in a shaving animation, will there be a pile of hair in around 3 hours? You'd think so. But no. He just keeps shaving, just like Phoenix right here keeps on sweating away. Like, look. Look at this sweat. It just drips. It just drips and drips. I mean, true, Gretzky? He is cutting his face with that knife. There's no way. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way. No desperado I know joined the police force. So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove stuck to the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner. Can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. That, we can call him out for that. Being a lawyer is an intense profession. Oh, 100%. You used to be a detective, so you've used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course. Back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence. And yet you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism. Sorry, partner. I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. It's quite incredible. How does he not get fired? Exactly. He got demoted 2 years ago, but he's not fired. Like, beats me. The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. Now that he mentioned it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too. At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Now, can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? If I remember right, I was at a street side saloon at the time it went down. Some blackmailing his boss? Who, Marshall? No, he got demoted because he screwed up in an investigation 2 years back. There was rumors of forged evidence, they got someone arrested and executed even, and it was all a big cover-up sham, all that sort of stuff. Jacob, hello, Wee-Woo, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well today. Welcome, welcome. I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel steak lunches can beat that parlor's Von Gold's heapy pasta. Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles? You're new here? Welcome, welcome. Hope you enjoy your stay. Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson. Good, I'm glad to hear you're doing well. There's unusually where Edgeworth says, did you not want to raise this year? Out of ammo, Officer Marshall? That's right, partner. Or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you better draw. So he just ate spaghetti. No, not even in that place. He claims he left his guard post to go find and eat spaghetti somewhere. Fire him! Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset. One thing seems clear, despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything. Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that. Okay, I have a trump card up my sleeve, I best keep my cool. It's really chill and funny. I'm glad you enjoy it, Transient Arts. But yes, actually, you know what? I'm dumb. Actual introductions, because I don't know what the fudge I'm doing. I'm a Johnny. I have Pika, my bird, adorable being that is. Play a variety of games. I say fudge a lot because I don't swear. And half the time, I don't know what I'm doing. Enjoy. Okay. 3 times a day, besides the rooms protected by 2 security systems. Okay. I guess we'll present this evidence then, yeah? Your hobby's to sing? Oh, nice. I'm too self-confident to sing. I mean, not self-confident. I'm too my self-confidence is too low. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. I hope you're enjoying so far. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? And I mean... Wait, what, Lucas? Do you mean and you're in a dictatorship now? Don't tell the new guy they're stuck in a dictatorship. That's not how this works. They find that out after a period of time when it's too late to escape. You go investigate the place where he bought spaghetti and eat it myself. I mean, check if there are fingerprints. There will be fingerprints. Because he ate the spaghetti there. Unless he's lying. That is, you being called in to testify like this? You're a convict, so it doesn't even matter. I don't abide by your rules. You're a convict? What? Martez, hello. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. How are things? How's your day? I'll give you your points back, because an Ask Me Anything is a, you know, it's a thing. It's, you can say hi. For free. Oh, right, of course, you got to try. Yes, my bad, Lucas. I'm a dummy. After all, you went in the security room at the time of the crime, and yet you dragged me on down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene, or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects, that is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints will be in there. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. He also said he hasn't been in there in weeks, so there's that. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your bloodstained fingerprints were at the crime scene? Really listen to Kids? I don't even know what that is, Retsky. I didn't even have a clue what Kids Bop is. The blood was wiped away, however. A liminal test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? It's cursed. Frank Sinatra, James Arthur, the Beatles, anything. I actually recognize all of those names except for James Arthur. Retsky, are you proud of me? Are you proud of me? It's kids singing songs I have no right to sing. Oh. Wait. Now I'm confused. Kids Bop is what we just basically pop songs that were done by a group of kids. I see. Right. The cringe of this Kids Bop, your 12-year-old nephew's heard of them. See, I don't even know music, let alone, like, that. Seems to me, there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. What? I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? About the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints. Found at the scene of the crime. Yeah, I don't want to either, Zero. But also, like, I've never heard of it, you know? I don't know. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in the evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as a bloodstained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. Bloodstain and fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. You should not. Noted. Give it a shot, Zero. Look for a cover with a pink song. See, Retsky, I'm not even sure if you're like... I don't even know if you're joking when you say you only listen to Kids Bop. Like, surely you're being sarcastic, right? I'm so lost right now. It's hard to tell sarcasm in text, Retsky. /S at the end of... Should you be scared beforehand? I'm scared now hearing about it. The witness's explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt. You're being very sarcastic. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's what I thought, Retsky. I was like, I know you talk about other music, but are you telling me this other music is also Kids Bop? Like... life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. Your favorite band is Queen? Queen is really good. Queen is really good. Like, I don't even listen to music and I know Queen's good. So that must mean it's really good. Me trying to be relatable. Queen is good, yeah? Zero. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something, I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. Pika! Pika, fly fly! Fly fly, Pika, fly fly! Come on, Pika, I'll give you scritches! Fly fly! Fly fly, Pika! Come on, Pika, fly fly! That is literally, you're meant to land in my hand, Pika. Come on. Come on, puppy. Up, up. Up, up. Up, up, Pika. Good bird. Hey, here you go. Pika, come on. Pika, scritches. Do you not want scritches? Pika doesn't, yeah, Pika's not having any of it. Baby. How do you deem a command where you just uppercut Pika? You don't. Don't you dare, Retsky. Pika's adorable, and I will never have you do that. But also, Transient Arts, Pika has yet to, like, actually be scritched by anyone redeeming the Scritch Pika reward, except if my memory serves me correctly, Pocky. Pocky is the only person who has managed to redeem, give Pika scritches, and actually have Pika get scritched. Retsky fails every time. No one else ever redeems it. And Pocky just got it first try, and Pika got scritches. So who even fudging those at this point? You tried so hard 4 times. 4 times. You feel so sad. I'm sorry, Transient. I tried. Maybe another time. I think it's also because it's getting late for Pika. So Pika's like not wanting it. You haven't tried it yourself? You have not. Oh. And you're not gonna get to. That's a rip. How do you not have enough points? You're here so often. Oh, because you keep redeeming hydrates. Zero, you've redeemed 3 hydrates this stream. That's 2,400 points. It takes 2,000 points to redeem a give Pika scritches. That's your own fault. No, I know, Transit. I feel bad. Because I'm like, hey guys, I'm advertising you can scratch the bird. And then I'm like, you guys cannot scratch the bird. So it's, you know. Oh well, that's just how he is. It's because how do you put it? Pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. Count the times Pika's rejected scritches. Honestly, it might be a good idea. What are we at, 5? No, I've been refunding. I've been refunding them every time. They're not losing their points. Pika's being a guard bird. Pika, what are you doing? Pika's sitting next to my window. You probably had the most refunds on the channel. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And it's all because of Pika scritches. That locker happens to be mine. What? What do you mean? We got him, boys. That's his locker. I showed you the video where we saw it pan left and right. Well, camera's reverse, whatever. And the thing was open at the end of that video recording. Only he can open that locker. And it was opened. It was him. We got him, boys. We got him. Anyway, we'll get there when we get there, right? All the refunds before you set a cap on 5 more minutes. True, true. What will work, however, dear audience, is the Australian camera. I mean, the Australian camera does work. I fixed it. I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from the locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. It's suspicious. So then, what about the bloody handprint? Wasn't mine. It's no mystery. Please explain. My locker is covered with my fingerprints. Just so happened. Murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. It's getting spicy! The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could still argue just the opposite. Chances of that are not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward with me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? Bloodstain and fingerprint are completely unrelated. Unrelated? They're as different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast, while the other's type of murder. He's right, although seemingly alike, they're totally different. I don't see what homonyms have to do with this. How do you know that? I may be a learner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a blood stain at the scene thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found in Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer, wearing gloves, placed their hand on top of Officer Vermarshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? Picture? Seal of blood? In the desert, it's just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. Security tape. So long as my trial isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony. Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner? And here's where we get him. We say it absolutely was him. Your Honor? Oh my god, we're meant to press it first? We're meant to press it first? Fudge, man. I should have pressed it anyway. What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. Camera's panning back and forth. Floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Oh, well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now. Now we show the evidence. Very well, allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us this incriminating... Yeah. We're gonna get him right here, right now, boys. Watch. See? Look. Nothing poking out of Marshall's locker. Which we know is his, because he admitted it was his. Nothing poking out of it. The fire happens here. Nothing poking out of it. Beep, boop, beep, boop. And then... something poking out of the locker. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. Days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. That's 8 words. He did a good job. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. I found that a while ago. I saw that immediately. That locker with the locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. I saw that immediately. I fudging noticed things, chat. God, it rewinds so slow. It rewinds less than 1 second of video per second. The fudge. No, I know you couldn't. Oh, the white cloth. It's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then, it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened the locker when the camera was turned away. Order. Seems that's the only... Hold your horses. Sorry, partner. You got the wrong man. You're like, well done noticing it. I sort of just only noticed it myself, like when I saw the white, and I was like, hang on, I don't remember the white cloth being there when I first saw it, because I would have noticed the white cloth being there when I first saw it. So I rewound it, and I was like, I didn't notice the white cloth. So what if my locker was opened? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. Oh my god, he's a fool. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened the locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. He literally completely forgot about the fingerprint thing, didn't he? Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say open that locker, now prove it. Fingerprint sensor? We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. But what kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about it. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? I only got 1 word for you, partner. No! What a nice word. Order. Witness, explain yourself. This is a joke. It's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you, this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Olay, please, answer the question. What is he now, a bullfighter? It's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. Oh, we can. Have a look at the floor plans. There is no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right, the only possible conclusion... well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Officer Marshall was standing right here. There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman. That's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about when the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. That means he'd have to shave, and that's what he can't do. No, though, Zero, because he has a beard too. He didn't have to shave because Goodman also has a beard. The intensity of the music is hilarious. Oh, it's amazing. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Oh, yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have carried it. Look how different they look, I know. But Meekins wasn't looking at his face. He even testified as much that he didn't see his face. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? No. Goodman's beard is longer and more connected. Officer Meekins didn't know him anyway, so it's fine. You've got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. Yeah, no, I know, Zero, I know. But Meekins doesn't know who Goodman is, or Marshall. He knows nothing. Meekins is useless. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. And if you've hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complain. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of the doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. This can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? You're still here? All good, Jacob. All good. You're free to lurk and just watch and stuff. I don't mind if you're not talking. You can do whatever you want, you know? Whatever makes you comfortable, Jacob. Except, you know, the usual spamming and being rude and all that stuff. Looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? Me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. Should look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. Oh, I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise, rather I should look at evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this lock was opened in the first place? Oh, what do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his lock at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that the white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. Very well, let's take another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness was opening his locker. We gotta find something. What did the one guy do that you banned when we played Among Us? I have no idea what you're talking about, Zero, to be completely honest. It's been so long. I don't remember. I don't remember the people I ban or why I ban things, or like, I don't know anything, man. I don't know anything. That's what I'm thinking, like his coat, because it was bloodied, right? hang on a moment. White cloth. No, he's holding a megaphone. It's not a jar, it's a megaphone. See? I'm gonna pause it. Actually, I'm gonna go bit by bit. I'm gonna go slowly as to every single thing I can see. Okay. So. We see him coming in. Okay. Now I see him here, opening this, and we see the glove fall out. That's fine, that's not related, that's not what was shoved inside. Then we see Meekins come in. Meekins doing his Meekins thing. See, he's got a megaphone, not a jar. Turns around, attacks the guy with a knife. He was attacked back. Got some blood on him. I'm thinking that, like, the cloth that he hastily shoved in was the jacket. That's my immediate thought, because it had blood on it. Wait. He goes into attack. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Meekins here does not have a bandaged hand. His hand is not bandaged. And we can't see his hand there, so it's literally not helpful. Back to where he was almost gone from the camera. What about it? What about it, Zero? I think it's the blood. I think he got blood on his jacket, so he shoved it in the locker. That's what I think. Look at his hair. I don't think we can see his hair. You can't really see his hair. I'm gonna say it was the blood. He shoved the blood in the locker. His blood jacket. For some reason, you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman and enter the evidence room, though I don't know what to what end, yet. However, something unexpected happened. Oh, sorry, Zero, I already went past it because I think I worked it out. Officer Meekins barged in on him because he wasn't expecting to have to use his locker, but then he got injured. He got blood on him, so he had to open his locker. Right? Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pull a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked. And the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Is that an admittance? Did he admit that? Is that... now then, Officer Marshall. Are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have had to be here now, would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. Alright. Seems the time has come. I had to do it that day. Couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. Planned to take out the evidence. Wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. There's way too much blood for a small donation, right? Wait a minute! There's just one problem. This helps Edgy? I don't think so. These blood traces from Bruce Goodman, the victim. Oh no, he was just wearing the coat, not necessarily his whole outfit. I mean, you're right, it does help him, but I feel like there's something we're missing. Right? We'll see, we'll see. When you say it, you mean, do you even have to ask partner? There's some 9 incident. 2 years have passed since the case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transfer that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what do you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? The case is closed, only the case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I want to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. Planned to take out the evidence. So, why did you disguise yourself as Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transfer, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera and the detective's ID card. I stole that the morning of the incident. So it really was why Goodman started filling out the lost item report. I returned his ID card and left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could because the rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. Oh! I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type of person. And mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding him shown his ID. I have to think a little more about his raise this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Right? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. Sorry it had to turn out that way. Me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? So you knocked Officer Meekins out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it'd make a difference though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. Someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. What you're saying is on that day, there wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates the crime took place. What are you, blind? The victim shown in that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Whoa! It's missing. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Someone else stole the evidence. And who else was in the room except for Miles Edgeworth and 7777777? Now, I'm gonna make an out-of-the-blue guess here. Out of the blue, complete random guess. But the only people we know who this could have been are... It could have been Lana Skye, except not, because she was seen... Actually, it could not have been Lana Skye. Oh, it could have been. Okay, so there are a few suspects. There's Lana Skye. She could have come to the police station at 4:20 and driven half an hour over to the car park, prosecutor's district. She definitely had the jacket, so it seems like she had some sort of reason to be in there. I don't know. It's covering the last number. Okay, well, we don't know who it is, essentially, Zero, but I'll go back to it after I'm done with this. So I'll go back so you guys can see. It's either Lana Skye, Angel Star, or Damon Gant. Now, Damon Gant just sort of came out of nowhere, and I'm very suspicious of him. And what sort of number 777777 is? That's a suspicious number. That's a number on purpose. It's got to be him, right? Just a minute, guys. Thank you, Transient Arts. I pressed the button to unmute the microphone and it didn't unmute. No. So what I was saying was essentially was that it's either Lana Skye, Angel Star, or Damon Gant. And no random individual would have the number 777777. And considering that Angel Star was no longer part of the force, I'm assuming her ID would have been invalid. She wouldn't be able to let into the room. So we can cross Angel Star off. Lana Skye, the chances of her entering the room at 4:20 and then moving halfway across, I mean, she could definitely travel a half an hour over to the prosecutor's office. So she's definitely an option. But I don't want to say that it was our defendant because, you know, that's not weird, Zero. 7 times 7 is 49. That's just normal. That's how maths works. But the number 77777 is a unique number. It's not a string of random numbers. It's a precisely chosen digit. Something that the chief of police could give, whose age matches none of them? I'm confused. But he's a chief of police. He would have chosen the number 7777777 or whatever, because that's not a random string of numbers. That's a number. You know, that is something you choose as an ID. So I think it's Damon Gant. So we're gonna go with that. Also, dinner's gonna be in like 4 minutes or so, just so you know. That's why I muted and turned off the camera, because Mum came into the room. So I'll be gone very shortly, and then I'll be back in about 10 to 20 minutes. So everyone else is too young. Wait, what? I'm confused. Anyway, Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID and injuring a police officer? This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case, this one's mine. He's the head officer, he can make his own. That's exactly my point, right? 77777 is either his ID or a fake one he made. So actually, that's a good point there, 2-0. It could just be a fake one that he just made up. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. I can't just forget the SL9 incident. You'll know why? But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. Alright. We'll do this conversation here, guys, and then I'll have to head out for dinner, and I'll be back in like 10 to 20 minutes. So we're just going to finish off what's being said right now, and then I'll be back after dinner. I remember the Dirty Rock case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. But what happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Why is he so concerned with the incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. Better take another look at the files. Okay, so, when I get back, ladies and gentlemen, we will present the evidence that shows why he couldn't forget the incident. I think I know what it is already. Because Neil Marshall was a victim. Now, in video games, people don't just share last names by coincidence. I think that's that's a family member of his. That's what it is. But we'll present that evidence when I'm back for dinner. So guys, go say goodnight to Pika, because when I return, Pika will be in her cage, his cage, sleeping. And I'll see you guys in about 10 to 20 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, non-binary folk and fudging members of the jury, I accidentally pressed the goddamn button on my controller. Hi, I've returned. How are you all doing today? Again, now that I'm back. Casually flexing, you're gonna say can't tell is working as hair rollers or is flexing. That's a flex. But I see what you mean, it looks like hair rollers. Look, hello, wee wee, how are you? Hope you're doing well today. Welcome, welcome. Anyway, let's present the evidence that I know about because his father was involved, and that's why. You've missed the first 2.5 hours? Yeah, I've been streaming earlier today, Locke. Not today, I've been streaming earlier over the last few weeks or so because uni is still getting... I mean, uni is still pretty chill and relaxing. I don't have too much work to do, so I've got mostly the afternoons off. I get all my work done in the morning, that sort of thing. So I still start streaming like a lot earlier than I normally do. But once uni gets like, you know, busy and stuff again, then normal stream schedules will return and I'll be streaming at the same time as I usually do. But, hi, how are things? Hope everyone's doing well. You're just doing some Minecraft parkour. I was gonna say you're doing some parkour in real life. No, Minecraft. That makes more sense. Also, is this lighting good, guys? Like, I'm looking at it, and I'm like, it's okay. But it's also a little too bright. I don't know. I'm still messing with, like, because I got the ring light pretty recently, and I'm still working out, like, how to do the settings and, like, how to properly use it and all that sort of stuff, so, I don't know. I don't know. Like, sometimes it bothers me, because I think... It's 6 hours, don't you? You see your dashing face, so it's fine. That's good enough for me. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. Why does my hair look different? Now I'm self-conscious. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I had the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In the list of murder victims. Neil Marshall, are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. Was it his father? His son? His Holy Spirit? He received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? Prosecutor? You must be talking about the King of Prosecutors award. It's fine, it's fine. Okay. If it looks fine for other people, I don't know, we'll just see in zero. Now remember, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands. What's his relation to you? He was my brother. I was gonna say, like, father, brother, like, I don't know, brother. He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, the then Deputy Chief of Police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. My father, brother, mother... What? Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. My father's brother's cousin's former roommate. What's that from again, Locke? I've forgotten. At least, according to the public records. Oh, what do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? Spaceballs? Okay, then I have no idea. I don't think I've seen that. Maybe I've just heard references of it then. There's more than my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened to the police department on the day of the crime. Oh, he went to the evidence room and he went to steal some evidence. He injured Officer Meekins. There was a whole shebang about how that he thought, like, people thought there was a murder in the evidence room, but it turns out there was no murder. What does that exactly mean? Absolutely nothing. It's what you're about to be. I know, right? That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. We still don't have anyone close to Pika Award? I know, right? From Space. Okay, yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, I haven't seen it, so... Fathers, brothers, cousins, former roommate. Oh, so you're saying, he was my father's brother's cousin's former roommate. And what does that mean? Absolutely nothing. Right, I get you. I get you. It means nothing. Right. See, I just haven't seen it, so I'm behind. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. Things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. I don't know. Yellow's been around every now and then, but I don't think he's close. Look, I don't know Zero. We don't have a list of how many points people are on with the channel points. We don't know what's going on there. And I want a list, Twitch. I want a list. I'm watching. At Twitch. Give us a list of channel reward redemption points that people have. Yeah, he was a 10th of the way, and I think he's just been, like, waking up later, or just missing streams or something. You have 3K, is that good enough? No. Look, if you have 1 million, spend it and prove it. It's gotta be more than just that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was a real one. Which, in turn, means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lyra Skye, and the testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. Ah, that's not what your response is! You meant to say objection. I rest my case. It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time. It's proving the alleged murder at the police department. Nice try. For starters, you're 900,000 points off. And secondly, that's not even a redemption. There's no doubt what my proof today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera tape really was fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Now that the time for the verdict has arrived, this court finds the defendant. Hold it! Oh, who was that? That wasn't him. Edgeworth? Lana? Emma? Your Honor? Wait. Emma? The defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? Oh, in a sense. Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. Don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. Whoa! 3 minutes. That's impressive. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out this L9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings? Now that she mentions it, the names of both the Skye sisters were in that file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day? So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That only left one thing, the other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found in Detective Gumshoe's locker? Wait a minute! Yeah, I was wondering this before too, but like I couldn't like think and put it in words, so it just slipped my mind. But that blood print there, that blood print has no fingerprints on it, right? So that couldn't have been Marshall's because Marshall wasn't wearing gloves because he opened his own locker. Therefore, that handprint would have been there before or after the murder, most likely before. Gumshoe's the big bad evil guy confirmed? Okay, Retsky, that's not true. But, no it's not. But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. So you did find, so did you find something? No. Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. I'm just an attorney. Think just a bit harder. Along with the fact that there was a handprint with no blood that was obviously wearing gloves, it would have had to be there before or after the incident, the murder in question. And on top of that, this smashed jar with blood on it was found at the scene, which means that there was another fight inside the evidence room. That missing piece is missing for a reason. I don't know what that reason is, but that unstable jar, that smashed thing, had nothing to do with Meekin's fight because no jar was smashed in the video camera, which meant that it was either smashed before or after. We don't know because we couldn't see the floor. I'm assuming one of the two. But there was another fight in that evidence room, which means the case is back on. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood, the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy. No, time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, the handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use, but still, if you can find anything wrong with the blood mark, Lana will be... Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. But yes, Your Honor. What could be wrong with the handprint in Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? I object. This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is you're grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Well, let's pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. Question is, which item can prove something is missing from the floor plans? The unstable jar, right? The floor plans of the evidence locker room. It's gotta be the it's not the blue badger because obviously that doesn't matter. It's gotta be the jar. As they say back west, even the blind man can hear with buckshot. That is, so long as he's facing the general direction. Oh, you're kidding me. How is it not that? Seems Mr. Wright's not sure which direction to face. Just calm down, Mr. Wright. Try and remember what the evidence room was like on the day of the crime. What does it bother me? Okay, it's... So what they're saying is... okay. It's the fact... What's wrong with it is the fact that the blue badger was in front of it. So how could it get there? That's what they're getting at. Right? Yeah, that's what they're getting at. What about that piece of plywood? Blue Badger, mascot of the police force, defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well? Oh, well, what? That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot in the locker. See, I was thinking of something else. But that the pot wasn't on the floor plans, so how do we know when it was broken and where it was that it was broken and when it was broken to cause blood splatter? But I guess I'm just like thinking way too far ahead because we haven't gotten there in court yet. So that means, just exactly what does this mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found in that locker. Don't look at me, I didn't put it. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? Okay, so let's look at this. That means, chat, he brought that there at 4:50 p.m. At 4:50 p.m. he put the Blue Badger there. Which means that the blood handprint was put there before 4:50. Because at 5:14, Bruce Goodman walked in and Mike Winkins was on, was on duty, and he walked in, and then the things happened, and the fight occurred, blah blah blah. Therefore, the handprint must have been put there before 4:50. Now, my question is, why didn't Miles Edgeworth see it? Maybe he wasn't even fudging paying attention to the lockers. Or maybe he did know and he's been trying to keep quiet because, it would disprove him or something. I don't know, man. We haven't got there yet. Officer Meekins was the one who brought the blue badge to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it'd be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the blue badge was brought in? Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my court. Maybe Zero. That's what I'm thinking, right? When the 777777 guy walked in. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One time was captured in this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand from which a trivial amount of blood fell. Problem is the other time. We can't see the blood print there because the thing is dancing the way, right? Yeah, exactly. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown in this tape. It had to have been. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. It's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. Hold on. Died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. 4:20 is within an hour and a half of 4 p.m., guys. 4:20 is within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. He could have died at 4:20. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found in the locker. That music, the cornered music, let's go. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being covered by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right, the blood mark in the locker proves this. Very well, then tell us, when did this first incident occur? As Mr. Rogers said, proof must be presented. Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place? It has to be this. It's the only thing we've got. The crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card? Oh, the ID card record. Officer Meekins brought the blue badger panel into the evidence room at, well, let's see here, 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Miles Edgeworth, just what have you done? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It does take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminol test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away. By the real murderer. I've had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining. 7777777. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 7777777. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. And find out whose ID number is 7777777. That's 17 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card, at least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 7777777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, members of the jury, I present to you who I believe to be the real individual with the ID number 777777777777777. Take a look at Damon Gant. It has to be him. There's no other person here who could have such an ID number. It had to be him. Unless it's some random dude we don't even know exists, in which case that's just bad storytelling. But that's ridiculous. Just how... I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There's one situation which can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge? You're all like, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes? No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Fudge, she's an executive, is she? Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course, we've looked up her ID number, and it's not 777-7777. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I wanted to ask. All I want to know is one thing. About that incident. This or 9 incidents. Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Oh. Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Lana! I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investor in that crime, in the eye and said you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. But why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to. In order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana! Even if it involved forging evidence. And the judge! See, that's what I'm talking about. No, she didn't kill anyone. She just forged some evidence to get the verdict onto the guy. No. No! Order, 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 order! Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Judge be like... Yes, so that happened, right? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. Stuff like this happens in the actual court system. I mean... I don't know how, like... the actual courts of any country happen and stuff. Obviously, I only know how I'm taught as a law student as to how the law actually operates. But then again, like, how it operates in Australia is different to how it operates in America, which is different to how it operates in every country in the world. So I can only speak for what I've been told about Australian courts. And I sure hope it doesn't work like that. Or I sure hope that stuff doesn't happen. Because with my understanding, like, I'd be so shocked if forged evidence or illegitimate evidence actually got into the court system, because both parties have to, like, present and check evidence, and, like, both parties have to have access to the evidence before it even goes to the court. And the rules for which evidence is accepted are so strict from my understanding, like, I don't even know how it could happen. Now, I'm not naive enough to say it would never happen and there's no way any forged evidence would occur. I'm not that naive. And I'm sure it does happen, but what I'm saying is, like, I'd be shocked if it happens so often. You know? Like, if it's so common. Because, at least the Australian court system. I can't talk for anything else. But again, I'm not that naive. Like, I'm sure it does happen, and it would be fudging horrible. I'd be so mad. But, you know, mistrials are not uncommon here in America before DNA and fingerprints. Yeah, and that's messed up. Again, like, I can't talk about the American system. And I can barely even talk about my own, but, like... You want to think as a law student, as people who are involved in the law in some way, and as a citizen of just the country that you live in, you'd like to think, and you'd hope that the court system and the legal system operates perfectly, right? That's what you want to know. That's what you expect. You expect that the innocent be found innocent, and the guilty be found guilty legitimately, and that people who are innocent do not get wrongly accused and convicted. Much like how you'd like to think that people who do get convicted and accused, the people who don't get convicted and accused aren't wrongfully meant to have been guilty because they did it, right? But life doesn't work like that. Exactly what Lucario said. That's what you want to think. That's what you want to hope. Because if it doesn't, if you don't... The moment that society realizes that the one thing, the one piece of thing that provides justice in society, that keeps the law upheld, the moment people realize that the system is flawed, there's chaos. The moment that you realize that the court system can't give everyone innocence their innocent verdict, and they can't get the guilty person every time, once that stops being relied upon, then that's when bad things go down. And it sucks that it's not right, because it has to be right. It has to be perfect. But it can't be. You can only get so close. And that's fine as long as all the rules are followed and things are done as they should be, by the book, legitimately, within the bounds of the law. But then when you have people who are disregarding the rules, evidence being forged, it just throws the entire system out the window. And suddenly nothing even matters anyway. And that's the last thing you want. The very last thing you want as a society is not only for your legal system to be imperfect, but for it to be flawed to the point where you can break the law within a system that is meant to uphold the law in order to get your way. And I think that is the most absolutely despicable thing that could happen. Because I can forgive the fact that it's not perfect. Nothing's perfect. No justice system is perfect. Sometimes innocent people are found guilty. Sometimes guilty people are found innocent. Nothing's perfect. We can only do our best. And that's forgivable, because we're doing the best we can with an imperfect system, with an imperfect society. But the moment people go out of their way and purposefully do things like forge evidence because of what they believe is right, because they get what they want, because they think it's the right thing. Well, the law isn't under your beck and call. You're under the beck and call of the law, and you gotta respect that, right? So, people who are forging evidence, who are breaking the law inside the court system, doing things to get their verdict, I just think that's just so horrible, because you're defeating the entire purpose of the court trial in the first place. Which is, when all truthful, objective evidence is given, the decision is made based on that evidence as to what's right or wrong. And it does the best it can to find the truth. Oh, to hear this from a dictator? Well, you see, I like to think that deep down, I'm actually a good person. So yeah, that's what I'd say about that. The people that forge evidence, that break the rules, and that do that sort of stuff in court itself to get whatever verdict they want are just... You can't get any lower. And that's all I've got to say about that. I'm just catching up on chat. Your mouse was loading on Lana's eyes, so she looked like she was crying. He's crying, guys. Oh, the mouse is gone. Well, never mind. Anyway, Anyway, moving on. Now that serious spiel is over. I didn't know. I never knew the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about them but me. Phoenix, it was 2 years ago. Come on now. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. That means you... Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. I did! Come on now! It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were playing eat dinner together once she finished her work. And suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone, pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. Permanent picture? I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. It must be why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth. I mean, it's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though he may not have owned it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see in the instant the crime occurred? My throat's hurting, guys. Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. The Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. Right? Poor Edgy. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma, you've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. A few years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies, and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finding to understand what makes her tick, but there's still something that bothers me about that crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right? That's right. Why didn't the serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course, this happened at the police department. He tried to run halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective officers in the questioning room were right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Wait! The other guys were... She was transferred and made a chief prosecutor, but the others were demoted? Well, that's not suspicious at all now, is it? Better have another talk with her. That's not fudging suspicious! Lana! Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. A lot of revelations were uncovered at trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well. I thought I expected as much. Though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it wasn't really fair, was it? I believe in you, Lana. I believe no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. Couldn't be helped, Emma. At the trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness said? Miss Starr said? About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife? Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing! They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was deputy chief of police back then, but she still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. It was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes. Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. Even at the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. First time Marshall worked with his brother, who was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. We tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened to come to the scene of the crime was me. Yeah, now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. Need to go shopping with your parents? See you, Zero. Thank you so much for being here. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Have yourself a great day. Enjoy shopping, and I'll catch you later. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. You were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seemed as Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. Picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Yeah, can't blame her at all after what she went through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You are all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence. I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced of the ruling with Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of the case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself. The chief's office. We should absolutely have a look. Abso-freaking-lutely. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem kind of quiet around here today. You're right. Chief of Detective seems the same, though. Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to? Right. We can come back here later. Oh, okay. It's police department, is it? I don't know my way around this fudging game. It's like, how do I move from one place to the other? There are so many options. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. But Sarah, you never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? Should've known my luck would run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go into the evidence room today, partner. But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why did prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I'd need to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Someone was fishy about that child from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean the switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, alright. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. Question? The blade knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there's a good chance the knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, the possibility had been erased. Did the facts been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. Scars the SL9 instant left behind. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he, your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the king of prosecutors? I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall was the real one close to his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transfer. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. Can't believe 2 years had gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired and I was demurred and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would have gotten suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambino. I mean, Damon Skye. Damon Gant and Lana Skye. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second in command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. Damon Skye and Lana Gant? No, Damon Gant and Lana Skye. That case was the biggest step in both their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. He's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective. Now that she mentions it, Emmett said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret's too well guarded. I never found out. What transient arts? Paris? What? Por? I'm confused. I'm sorry. There you have it. Chief of Paris. Oh, I said police, but I probably... Did I say Paris instead of police? Look, it's fine. It's fine. That's my story. I tried to say police and butchered it. Yeah, I'm sort of working that out now, aren't I? Paris. Look, it's hard to do an accent. Okay? I'm doing my best. The Chief of Paris. The Chief of Paris. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict, but someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That's someone's damn again. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Oh, that's so upsetting! Adios, Bambina. Dang! That was upsetting. No one's here today, not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. It must be where the detectives are. He really was transient arts. He only meant the best. We proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. They were murdered at 4:20, yeah. That's what I'm thinking. It has to have been. Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee? He took a real beating in court today. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. I guess I'll have to come back later. Wait, how am I meant to get to the... I have no idea how I'm meant to get to the freaking... Death by what, Lucas? Place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. Must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. If you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. The chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention the statement to the media in tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word actually usually used for those. Sir, would like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. I have no clue, Lucas. I'm gonna assume you mean slang. Yeah, okay, yeah. No, I have no idea. Now I see where Gumshoe gets his unique charm. But what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. Wow, I know, right? She has dobbed on us. That is a huge organ. And I don't mean like a heart or a brain. I'm funny, guys. Laugh at me. Laugh with me, I mean. Fudge. Oh. Oh, you mean weed. Oh, don't worry. Okay, I get you, Lucas. Whoa, where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bark. Why did I skip that by accident? I never could remember where C was. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. That paper he was reading on his desk. So, Righto, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. The big picture on the wall. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. Hey guys, I'm gonna be big brain right now. Real quick. You see this jar in the background? You see the jar? The urn? The pot? Yeah, okay, yeah, Locke, you saw it too, Locke? You saw it too? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, suspicious, ain't it? This is Mr. Marshall's brother, prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Were you smart indeed, Locke? Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh. But this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? Who slash what down the right? I assume that's the this. It's just a armor stand. That's what the word is. I think that's what it was. That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that case isn't over with yet after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's gotta be a way we can get inside the office. We're going back in, boys. Hey, pal. The dude reminds you of Pegasus? Wait, Pegasus from Yu-Gi-Oh? I see it. Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles are between you and court. Sounds serious. Yugi boy. Yugi boy. I can't. Oh, it's been so long since I've seen Yu-Gi-Oh! And I never saw the whole series, and that's upsetting. Because I loved it as a kid. It was my thing as a kid. Now I want to watch Yu-Gi-Oh! Again. Look what you guys are doing to me. You're making me want to watch fudging Yu-Gi-Oh! Actually, that's entirely your fault, Transient Arts. Oh no, Lucas said Yugi boy, so it's... You gotta pick up way higher than that. Is my... Look. My throat is killing me. Yugi boy! No, that's not right. Think James from Pokemon? Nah. What's Yu-Gi-Oh? Okay, Blue Eyes White Dragon. Exodia. Oblivia, you know, the Heart of the Cards. Yu-Gi-Oh! You know? Yu-Gi-Oh! It sounds serious. Screwtables, I have money? Wait, what? Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. You sort of recognized Exodia? Exodia! Obliterate! No! That's like the extent of my memory. Yikes. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. The reference to the abridged series? Okay, I haven't seen the abridged series. And a conglomerate of emotes in a 3x3. Wow. Not only that, but as you know, there've been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as prosecutors kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey Gumshoe! Keep up the good work! Yes sir! Let's go out for lunch again sometime, my treat! Yes sir! You gotta take me back to the joint sometime, okay? Yes sir! Seems like you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. He doesn't have any problems with enemies because he's not young. And he's not talented. I'm sorry, Gumshoe, but you're the complete opposite of Edgeworth. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Yeah, poor Gumshoe, I love him. Actually, I took a look at the file area while the coffee was brewing. Seems generally concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack, you mean, when he killed Prosecutor Marshall who was trying to protect some girl. Some girl. Me. It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forgot. Look, it's all written in somewhere in here, okay? Powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Get wrecked, Gumshoe. I'm sorry. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. Businessman, what made him take the serial killer? One day on the way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car, so it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed... Ah, fudge, sorry, it's skipping. He's just skipping through this. It just skipped through all of that. For some reason. So, I'm gonna, like, load up the VOD real quick. And we're gonna pause. We're gonna pause. I'm gonna read it out. Because I am big stupid. And skip through it all. Completely by accident, but like, you know, what are you gonna do? Rip, I know. Because like, some text stops at the end, so I skip it to get to the end so I can read it. But then some text automatically passes over once it gets to the end. So it's like, there's no winning. Okay, let's get to the point. I won't show it on stream, I'll just read it out because it's easier that way. Rip your eyes for trying to speed read. Okay, here we are. We're getting there. We're getting there. Stop talking to me and get to it. Is you run-of-the-mill businessman? Yep, we got there. Move on. We made him take the serial killing. You can't see, so your eyes are safe. One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car, so it was an accident? An accident, yes. But it transformed him into an animal. An animal? Okay, here we go. Okay. Fudge, I paused it too late. Hold on. I gotta like be really quick to pause this because god dang. Okay. You can't see, so your eyes are safe. Yeah, because you're listening to the audio here. Is there a way to make it go frame by frame? Unfortunately, there isn't. Because that's exactly what I do. Instead, I have to, like, click play, pause. Fudge, I missed it again! Yeah, no, I have to, like, yeah, exactly. Click. Okay, I'm doing it now. I think I get it this time. I just gotta... He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. Okay, so that's what happened. A kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. Then, when he was burying the bodies, a jogger came upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. I did it, guys. Are you proud of me? Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in? Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. The last witness, aka Emma. Okay, let's go show him the murder weapon. About this. Hey, is that... It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 instant on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of? What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, it suddenly disappeared from the locker. It was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it! Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again! This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it had his fingerprints on it too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well anyway, objection! Hey Curtin, wee, how are you? I hope you're doing well today. Welcome. Take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. I'm guessing it was placed there by Lana Skye. The knife wasn't broken inside his body. She broke it off and put it in his body to make it seem like that's what happened. So that way he could be incriminated. That's my theory. But it's just a theory. A murder theory. Thanks for watching. I'm doing great, Curtin. How are you? Gumshoe isn't... Gumshoe is... What? Okay. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet! Down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the Chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. Chief's out now and his office is locked, but we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What? Really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh, sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe's our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. Do we have something that could make him change his mind? The vase? That's what I'm thinking, right? Because that was in the room. About that jar. I think I've seen it before somewhere. Somewhere? Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. It must be the most uninformative detective I've ever met. Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the Chief's office and he's yelling at me. Chief Gant? Where could I have seen that before? Dang it! You're kidding me! That's literally where he's seen it before, though. God dang it. Literally the thing. And what's this screwdriver have to do with anything? That's my question. Hey, that's it! That's the king of prosecutors award Mr. Edgeworth got the other day. Did you what ceremony, Gumshoe? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Congratulations. Be big brain? Okay, I'll be big brain. We've already gone through this. Think. Think. This guy almost made us lose the case today. What are you talking about? He was guarding the bloodstain on the evidence locker with his life. That's more than you could say about most officers nowadays. It would have saved us a lot of trouble if he hadn't guarded it so well. Thanks to Blue Badger, we were able to prove another possibility today. Possibility that another murder took place prior to the incident. Be big brain. Think. Big brain, thinky think. Big thinky brain, think brain. Think brain. Big think brain, do the thinky. Let the big brain do the work. Try the log? What log? Trying not to give hints. That's the ID card record, isn't it? Yes, there's only one number left to investigate at 4:20 p.m. The victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive officer number. Oh my god, of course, yeah. What am I... 777777777? It's 17 too many, Detective. Oh my god, I did 17 too many as well. Excellent. That means I read it right. An executive officer might have a hunch. Bruh! Bruh, that's like 2 things I've shown him! Literally, I've shown him the vase. I've shown him the log. What more does he want? Okay, hold on. It's this. I've been studying up on those files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. To think people are accusing him of injustice, I for one ain't buying it, pal. You're looking into the case of Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah, it was a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know. After all, a serial killer was on the loose. Lana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty. What do I have? Let's go one by one. This isn't gonna help me. Detective, here's my attorney's badge. You should know, you show this to me every time we meet, pal. Real men show their police badge. Enough said. I wish I had a badge. Even an ID card would be nice. The ID card belongs to the victim, Detective Bruce Goodman. You can do just about anything these days with a card and a secret number. Scary. Only scary because you keep dropping your card, Detective Gumshoe. I forget my secret number a lot too. I'm scared of myself. But I'm me after all, and what could be wrong with that? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, that's cheating. I don't want to just present everything. But at the same time, I'm trying to... Can I show him this because it was in the car? Goodman wrote it as his dying breath, and it mentions the SL9 incident, therefore we should have a look at the crime scene? Bodge. Why an animal shoe? It's not that. I've already shown that. What? Can I say that, like, if I present this, I just want to spray the room? That's not gonna work, is it? Hey, I just brought some of that stuff. Now I can go around detecting blood traces too. Wow, is that a new type? I've never seen that before. Add 3 inches to your base height. Base height? Hey, let me see that. Looming tall, an improved growth formula. You mean this can't detect any blood traces? Well, it's not quite the same thing as luminol. So that's why the lady at the counter had the smoke on her face. Poor dude! I just want to submit this to the chief of police! Oh, a lost item report, huh? Very impressive, detective. You knew right right off the bat. Well, I am master of misplacement, you know. Master has such a cool ring to it. The way I see it, if things are meant to be lost, then they're meant to be lost. There's a higher power at work here. Wow, high power. Dang it! Ah, what could it be? I need to use my big brain here. The locker? Showing the locker won't do anything. Hold on, guys. Chat, I can work this out. Single stab wound, died from blood loss in under 10 minutes, weapon found in wound was missing tip. Like, I've tried showing him this. But, like, he didn't... He just said, where have I seen it before? And I'm like, well, you saw it here. But that didn't work. Maybe the evidence room floor plans because we can say, well, we saw the jar on the floor. No. Where has he seen it before? He's seen it in Gant's office. That's where he's seen it before, but like, how do I... Like... The tape? Oh, no, it wasn't on the tape though, it wasn't on the tape. Right? It wasn't even there in the tape. Look, I'll look at the tape, it's not in the tape though. That's the thing. No, it wasn't. See, it's not there. Where has he seen it before? He's seen it in Gant's office. But like, what evidence do I have that shows that he saw it in the office? I don't have any other piece of evidence that has anything to do with Gant's office at all. Right? Right? I do? Yeah, the photo, which I've tried to show him and he's like, nah. He's got nothing to say about the photo. Do I show him the evidence room? No, I've already showed the evidence room floor plan. Like, I do? Okay, calm down, step by step. Work through it. Not that, not the victim's shoe, not the knife. Luminol testing fluid? Don't think so. ID card record, fingerprinting set. Screwdriver, Goodman's lost item report, evidence floor room plans. Maybe you're big dumb? Bruh. 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 I think we need to explore somewhere else. I don't think we have enough evidence. Wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is! It looks like he's writing something. We just had to do more stuff, guys. Come on. Lucas, this is your fault. Lucas, I hereby demand another trial! You screwed me over twice now, Lucas. Oh, that's what you meant, Locke. I told you this trial took you 8 hours. It's fuzzy. I'm suing you for negligence version 2.0. What are you doing here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? Had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. It's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. I want to look what that was. Fudge, I missed it. Wonder where he was running before. Come on, Mr. Wright, let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth's sitting right there. Just distract him, I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What? Letter of If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says, letter of resignation. Now you remember you're dumb? So you're pleading guilty. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me is dying. Mr. Edgeworth, none of it's your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation, I wonder if I can use it for anything. Oh my god, okay. So now we give this to Gumshoe, and he's like, what? Edgeworth can't resign, I'll help you. And we're good, yeah? There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do erase that. Nothing I do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, and my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. The fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work, so tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial, now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. Mr. Edgeworth, I can't just walk out on the trial. Let's be fair, I get ahead of myself too. So just be fair, you made the same mistake you did. I know, Lucas, I'm messing with you. We're all human, we're all human, wasn't. God was. We're all human, God bless it. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I'm messing with you, Lucas. You're good. But how dare you? Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That's odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. Something seems strange about it. Yeah, we know what it is. Can you tell us again what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out in the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes. Just odds and ends clerical stuff. It didn't plan on returning the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gann asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes. It was a piece of evidence in the case that was closed half a year ago. Chief Gant sent him back because the body was in his car and he wanted it away from the crime scene to cause confusion. Have another witness get set up. That was just bonus. That's what I'm thinking. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. The story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. What does it say? We can't even read the fudging thing. Oh, wait, but I can investigate it. Hold up. Due to recent events, I hereby announce my resignation as public prosecutor. He really wrote a resignation letter. Wow, even when he was resigning, Mr. Edgeworth was cool and concise. Still, it wasn't his fault. Someone has to be held responsible. That's how it is in the grown-up world. Yeah, but that responsibility means nothing if he just quits. Well, not everyone sees it that way. To truly take responsibility, you should have to work the rest of your life for no pay. Oh my god. To take responsibility, work the rest of your life with no pay, then how do you eat? Buy necessities. Come on now. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Oh my god, I just noticed it. It has a sword on the trophy, sort of thing. This does not have a sword on it. It's missing the sword. Guys. One knife wound. Caused by a 4.5-inch knife. This knife is only 4 inches. Not 4.5. It doesn't say there, but it's 4 inches. Why is the sword missing from its trophy? The sword's the murder weapon. The sword from this trophy is the murder weapon. It was handed to Edgeworth as a fudging... Like, the trophy was handed to Edgeworth as part of the thing. But the sword was missing. I think the sword's the murder weapon. The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding... It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. Oh my god, the knife. The Chief Gant has the... No, I can't, I can see the dots are there. I just can't connect them. I just can't connect the dots. I know they're there. There's a story behind its design. Story? Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard the story? Me? Oh, well, sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though? For Emma's sake. Very well. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed would withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other! Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus, the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion. Even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow! Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? I'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the sword abolished. Award. It's almost like Chief Gant was involved in something that I can't connect the dots with. Excuse me. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Miss Star? I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are curious, sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. That's the idiom for the story. I have no idea what that says, because I can't read Chinese. Hold on, I'm gonna like Google that. Wait, if I Google that, I'm just gonna get Chinese sites, aren't I? And I'm not gonna know what in the world that says. Yep, okay, where's Google Translate? Translate.google.com. Contradictory. I just Google translated the word contradictory, and I don't know what I expected. The last 2 characters the ones talked about in the game. That's true. Google Translate is very helpful. I still don't know how I met... Yeah, Anyway. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, the little scene I happened to witness. The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savoured when eaten. Miss Star's hatred towards Lana, it all dated back to 2 years ago. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year, under pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than that I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. The legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why I was so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I am proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties, most without even so much as an explanation. And Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He had produced the most incredible evidence in cases he handled. Oh yes, there were rumours about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. Forged evidence as well. Back then everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall! When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. So it makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr... That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief. That's right, having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean, that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. It must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. Guys, the reason Lana wanted to confess to her crimes is because she's protecting Chief Gant. The reason she's been so cold is because she's been operating under Chief Gant. That's why she confessed, it's why she's been cold and distant. Chief Gant is the one who committed the murder in this crime. And I'm gonna prove it with the sword that's missing from the award. Finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be the better chef than I've been. I have to find it first. I know. I feel like that's the one thing I'm missing. The actual fudging sword. Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. Cheese. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you into the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. I have to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Yeah, this is when we present him with the resignation letter. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? EMA. M is the girl. No way. Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? Emma is the sister of the person who we're defending. Lana Skye. And she's also the person who's been helping us out the whole case. I can't believe they pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice too. But now I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence, but we betrayed him. See, this is what I mean! Gumshoe's the only one who truly understands him. He's the only one who truly understands Edgeworth. And it's sad and upsetting. That's it. I've made up my mind. But, here, take my ID card. We can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective, thank you. Tucked swiftly into pocket. Detective Gumshoe, your sacrifice will not be in vain. Here goes, Mr. Wright. Gumworth confirmed. Wait, what? What? We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Eek! Gah! Did you just slap him? Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah, Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? Gumshoe, best boy, 100%. I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card. Uh-oh. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here. So I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want us to get fired. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. Pat, pat. Pat, pat. That desk on the outside of the room, was that your sister's? Yes, that's why I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That is a very strange reason. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches the desk? No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's here each morning. These have passed since the incident, there can't possibly be any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes? I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think? Nah. You wouldn't be? Nah. Nah, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, now then let's go around a bit more. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. Right? Right? You don't just let it go at that. Sorry. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant, it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Oh, poor dude. Let's examine. This is a real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons. Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ. Oh, first the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone to this ring? What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay. Shh. Be careful of what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak. I don't think it'd fit in there. Even if he did, we'd never be able to get back out. Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be. This is safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. Looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. Fingerprinting, boys. 7-digit number. I think I might know what it is. Don't touch it. Not sure what will happen if I enter the wrong code. Wait until I find something more definite. Literally, can we not just finger dust the thing? Like, hello? We can't just, like... I accidentally pressed the button again. Don't mind me. 7-digit number. Didn't we send one of those somewhere? How about we try entering my birth date? What if it's just 777-7777? There's no way. Wow, you're a real criminal, aren't you? A detective. Good work, Locke. Nice save. It's... We'll get to that in a bit, Transient. Wow, I've got the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... Oh, it's you two, Chief Gant. Put that paper he was reading in the desk. Is that the evidence list? I wonder what it was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Hey, look at the case. Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what it is doing in here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long. That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. Half-size list of evidence. List of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. Oh boy. Oh my god, we can't see what the evidence was though. Oh my god! Guys, what if it wasn't the evidence itself that was ripped apart? What if this was ripped apart because of what was on the back? Emma's drawing. I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is it? Did you find something? I can't make it out. I better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh, no, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright? Oh my god, he's not gonna show Emma her own drawing because... Oh my god. Wow, look inside Chief Gant's desk. We found this inside the drawer. List of evidence from the SL9 incident. Mr. Edgeworth had the other half of that list. The Chief's organ serves as a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department. This is the second floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When a detective screws up, the Chief calls him to his office and makes him listen to the organ for hours. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except the ringing in their ears. Oh. But aren't the Chief's ears affected? He never listened to anyone anyway. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. This is the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying. Ever since making detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. As long as he doesn't go crashing through the window when he gets fired. Don't say that. These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleared them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey! This is when Lana and I went to that theme park. Bad. Oh, wait, I've already... This was Lana's desk. It sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff legends are made of. This was taken on that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here, then went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Okay, I have a few things I want to do, chat. Number one, the luminol spray. I'm gonna spray the hell out of this room for any traces of anything. Because I expect there to be traces of stuff in this room, like blood. I expect there to be blood more on the other side of the room because that's where the killing happened. Yes, it's been cleaned, and it's been 2 years, but you never know, right? You never know. But there it is, boys. Whoa, this area must have been covered in blood. Is this from that incident? It must be. When Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. 2 years have passed, so the reaction's still kinda dull. This murder really did take place here. Okay, so it's not really relevant. But it is there. Now the question is there any other blood around here? It doesn't seem like it. Like, I even tried to spray the suit of armor because I was wondering whether, like, that knife that the armor has was, like, blood, but apparently not. Okay, it doesn't look like there's any other blood here. I'm gonna try present this here. Now I know where I saw it before. It was right here. Here? You mean in the chief's office? Wondering whether Gant had tried to go into the armor and cut himself. No, I was wondering whether the sword or the knife that the armor's holding was used at some point, but if I recall, it used to sit right on top of that shelf 2 years ago. I used to stare at it while being forced to listen to that organ. You would stare at it? I'd try to use my telepathy to knock it over. Your telepathy? Hey, there it is! Right there in that picture, see? Oh yeah. Okay, so I guess it's not really relevant. If that's the case, let's go with this. The code is... Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know! You want to try my birthday? It's... I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. There's no fudging way he'd just have it as his ID, which is the same fudging digit. Come on now. Come on now. Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was it, pal? 777777. 7. The final ID card number on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 777777? That ID number? I think you're 17 shy this time. This could only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Yeah. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a shard from a broken cup. Somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen it before? There's something else in here too. It's common sense. Most ID numbers are 6 or fewer digits. Rarely are they 7 or 8. Yeah, but who would use 777777, which is the same as their ID number, for their safe pass? Like, you wouldn't use the same number as something that's so easily... you know what I mean? Also, you wouldn't use the same number as your password. That's bad security. You don't make your password for, like, I don't know, fudging Twitch or Facebook like BBBBBBB, do you? I didn't think so. Something else in here too. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. The same people who have passcodes like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You're not wrong. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a short like that once. You think the chief made up the design? Fiercely starts changing my luggage numbers and password. Yeah, you better, Lucas. I'm coming for you. I mean, I'm not really coming for you, but someone might. I don't think so. Oh, well, it was just a thought. Is that it? This is all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. Piece of cloth with a handprint on it and a broken shard from a cup. Look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I just can't let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great. Now to prove their relevancy. Are these 2 items related to the incident? Come on! There's gotta be something we can show the detective. Well, I know one thing we can show right off the fudging bat. Oh, I didn't present it. I'm a fool. Okay. Detective Gumshoe, could you take a look at this jar? I remember when the 3 of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days. It's kind of early being nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells, you know, that fragment we just found? You mean this one that was in the safe? Yes, that one. That was in the safe. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. It'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Oh no, guys, I wonder how this is gonna rotate in. Oh no, it's such a... Oh no. Oh my god, I did it! There, fits like a charm. That of course means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. Oh no, guys, it's too hard. Yeah, Locke, you could never do it. That's what makes me so skilled. But, hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece you just attached, it's different from the others. Locke. There's a reddish line on it. Reddish line? That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? Why would he? But also, there's like red spots on all the other pieces. Why is that? Why is a line important? You know? Hey, look here. It's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here. Yeah, as well as all the other pieces. Why is it more important that it's on that piece? You know? Looks like blood. This piece the Chief has is different though. The blood stains in other pieces are just spots, but this one's a line. That is odd. Yeah, why is that relevant? Why is it relevant that it's a line? I need to do the big thing. Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this. Hey, I know what that is. So you'd want to take some fingerprints? That's a great idea, Detective. Alright, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor? Hey, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Okay. Alright, let's get this over with. Let's pick this finger. That looks like a nice finger. Doing a few more spots, get ourselves a nice little fingerprint going. Excellent. Oh, that's not... Oh my god, that's Emma's fingerprint? No fudging way. Why is Emma's fingerprint? Why does he have a piece of cloth with Emma's fingerprint on it? How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Psst. Hey you, over here. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Em for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Why does it have her prints? Well, was I any help? Of course! Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it weren't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Eek! Chief Gant! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out the window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir. Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But sir. Now get out. Yes, sir. Poor Gumshoe. Oh no. We'll be on our way too then. Wait, you the one without the spiky hair? Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Mr. Wright? I'm not leaving without Emma. I'm not fudging leaving without Emma. I left without Emma. Oh my god. Who knows what he's gonna do to her? Look, pal, if I told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal! After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. I don't like how this is going. I am concerned for Emma. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing, not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Me did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth, it's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question you may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly frightened of. What is this person's name? Well, Miss Skye? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the Chief Prosecutor. Do not forget your place. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he's respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offences. Why is it though that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other. Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. I just found this in the safe in the Chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? The pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? The music's died down, guys. Touche, Mr. Wright. As you surmised, I cannot disobey the Chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. In the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. Trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while I was inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. She took out the SL9 2 knife, shoved it in the muffler, and then she's chucked in Edgeworth's knife. So she did stab him with Edgeworth's knife, but that wasn't the murder weapon. She put the knife in after the fact, after he was already dead, and she hid the real evidence. I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That'd be Edgeworth's knife? That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands are shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes, it seems like I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Star, huh? That explains everything, really. Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife? The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it? In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe? Right. Then I called my sister. Tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why she was so confident. About Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. Bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seemed that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. Go, you need to wash your awful hair. Have an amazing day, Transient Arts. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you've enjoyed the stream and hanging out. It's been great having you. Go wash that awful hair of yours. And I'll catch you later, Transient. You take care too. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room? No, I know what you meant. I know what you meant, Transient. I was messing around. But have yourself a great day. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. What? I've got to get to the bottom of everything. I have to. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago? Can we get this case finished in like an hour and maybe an hour and a half if I push it? If I push my stream, I mean. Final day. If you're lucky, I'ma do it. There's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Oh, something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth, knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 777-7777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Like, I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this child didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. And you realize he's not in charge of dinner this week? Oh? What do you mean? That number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True. Not yet. And in the event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right? And Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. Oh my god. Lana's hiding something and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. The court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. We don't know, Locke. We have no idea where Emma is. We have no idea where the defendant Lana Skye is. They're both fudging missing, and that's concerning to me. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Oh no, what is it? Morning, folks! How's everyone doing, eh, Archie? Been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my own work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, what exactly is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Oh, well then. What's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana! I knew she would. You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. Oh no! Prosecution may lack the direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. The request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. Edgeworth is going to object. There it is. One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Grant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me that some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy? I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. It's okay with you, right, Chief Grant? Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take to the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Let's go. There's Emma. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes, I'm trying my hardest to forget about that though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is there an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Oh, well, okay then. Yeah, he just gave in. He asked us for evidence, but for the prosecution, he's like, well, go ahead, man. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead the truth it's bound to lead to the truth. Oh, she's crying. Guys, she's crying. Yesteryear? I don't know, man. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. He's gonna make us do the work! Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. Fudging Edgeworth. He makes us do all the work. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes. She was second in command of the then Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. Because he knows we know something. Oh, 100% luck. That's exactly what it is. But he makes us do the work. I want to play it that day too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. A man? Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran to Skye and Grant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were two people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to questioning room after the ceremony. I assumed he would also be why he was the first to run into after dark. When dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't clearly remember what happened then, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and the lightning struck nearby. The electricity went out. Oh, wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right. Just then, lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective... The defective? I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes. Detective Goodman, who was in charge of the case. The victim. Hear more. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes. That's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. Oh, well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes. That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died. Yeah, I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken. But I did draw it, I swear. I'm not just imagining it. Well, anyway, let's continue. This scene that imprinted an image in your mind, can you please describe it to us? The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. That must have been a real shock. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly. Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage. When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them. I need to get Emma to tell me as much as she can. Okay, here we go. It has not been lost forever. We have the picture. Miss Edgeworth, this little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. There may well be. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold. This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over. Turn... Ah! What's this? Yes, what is that? Hey! That's it! That's the picture I drew! Got him. Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge have access to that list. Huh, well, these lists, they're different from each other. What? Would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Order. But Miss Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor? Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Oh! Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let's see. Yeah, there's something wrong. So you're telling me he got the evidence list and he never once, in the entire time it was in possession of him, thought to turn the thing over or just even glanced over at the other side of it? Just by accident, by coincidence, he never once turned it over? Or saw the other side of it? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. The blue badger? That's that thing. Exactly, look. The thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. Restored and updated. Very well, witness. Oh, will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. I'm actually going to look at the full completed version now. I'm just thinking, what if it's not the blue badger, but something else? It's not the blue badger, but something else. There's no way it's the jar, right? What if it's the jar? It's round and there were 3 parts coming out of it. That's sort of... When you put it on the fudging, on the there, it looks like the blue badger. If you orient it like that, it looks like the blue badger. That's the jar. Dude, I'm such a big brain. That looks exactly like the thing. Okay, so I've cracked the case. Let's move on. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. Look inside it. No, there's nothing inside. It's just hollow through the middle. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. Flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see was shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. I think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Oh, well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. Defense may now begin its cross-examination. Oh my god, it's like 1 sentence. I've got 1 sentence to go off of. Oh no, I've got more than 1 sentence. Never mind. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later, the memory should have been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why the picture is painted all black? Flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see was shadows. So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall had come to your rescue. No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. Turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma, I'm just glad to see she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flash? After that, I must have fainted. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry. Flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Sorry for asking so many times. Are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course. This is the exact... It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives? Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh, well... Strange. She claims it's exactly the same as imprinted in her mind, and yet... There's clearly a contradiction here. Is there? That's not the right thing. Okay. Exactly what I saw in that instant. What if it wasn't exactly what you saw? Where's the window? The window's behind them. I didn't mean to press. Do this picture before I heard anything from the detectives. It wouldn't... Wait! See, my thinking is, my thought process is that that's obviously the urn, right? It has to be. But then this has Emma Skye's prints on it. Clear handprint can be seen on the leather cloth. The print belongs to Angra. I'll keep this information to myself. What's the inconsistency here? Stabbed in the back! That's what it is! I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it'd be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of the picture contradicts the autopsy report? This bit. I think it's this part here. I don't see what's so strange about that. That's because the drawing stinks! Mr. Wright, how could you? The act of making an innocent girl cry should warrant the death penalty. But no, okay, that's not what I meant. Because what I was trying to point out was it was stabbed in the back. Right? Wait, a knife tip was the wound. So, a knife tip was in the wound. But that doesn't look like a knife that he's holding. Oh my god, 2 years ago, a knife wasn't used. Part of the sword, part of the award was used, and he covered that up and said a knife was used instead. That's what it is. Because that's not a knife. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? The tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim... Ah, fudge, I accidentally skipped it. If the victim was suddenly stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. That's essentially what they're getting at, is that the tip broke off after it was stabbed. But because it was in his body. But he's holding it broken already, so how does that make sense? Ah! Well, what's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right. What does that mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered it correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Roseworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be a piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ah! Order. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. Police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. It does lock. I'm loving this case. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. That's true. And there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? There is another one. The witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw. It can't be just explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright? In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. If everyone's really broken, there's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. In this photo, it's part of the shield, right? Or do I present this? Photo, exactly. The answer lies in the past, 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the award ceremony. Ah! Oh, what is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding? Yeah, it's amazing, Lucas. I'm loving the hell out of it. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order! Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors award knife was a murder weapon, then the murder and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. But I can explain that away. The prosecutor was the one who actually died. It's true. That's because the jar, the fudging jar that, like, what everyone was like, oh, that's the Blue Badger. The jar that I pointed out when I rotated it, it looked like the Blue Badger. That jar was probably thrown. And it probably, like, crashed or something happened, maybe knocking out the prosecutor. Something happened, caused a stumble. The position shifted, and the murderer probably stabbed the prosecutor. Oh my god, no, that's not what it was. Take all that back. Take all that away. That is wrong. That is wrong. What actually happened, and the reason why the evidence was forged, is because that jar was thrown, and that jar hit the prosecutor, and that jar killed the prosecutor. The stab wound was then inflicted on him with the broken knife. The evidence was forged to make it look like Joe Dark did the killing. But in reality, I think that jar killed him. That's why the evidence was hurried up. That's why there was blood on the jar. It's gotta be it. The jar thrown is what killed the prosecutor. That's why the evidence was hushed up. That's why the chief didn't want it getting out. Right? It's gotta be. Fighting Bacon, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Like, that's the only thing I can think of. And then they faked the evidence afterwards, right? Maybe? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait! I remember now. I remember everything. Witness, Mr. Edgeworth. But Joe Dark was still... Oh yeah, he probably still was the serial killer, but as I said, they had no evidence against him. The only evidence they had was forged at last moment to get him convicted. But I don't think he actually killed the prosecutor. I think the chief did by throwing the jar. Maybe by accident, sure, but he still did it. And then they forged the evidence afterwards. Yeah, probably, for sure, maybe. Most likely. That would make sense. yeah, with his car and stuff, yeah. But there was no evidence, but like, he probably did. I think that's safe to say. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? Here's the list. The one with that picture scribbled on the back. I knew it. This picture, I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew it. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us exactly what you recalled, Miss Skye? Yes, Your Honor. There's the knife mix-up and now the Blue Badger. It's not the Blue Badger. It's not the Blue Badger. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with his knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the Blue Badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may now do its cross-examination. Stop. Please don't pursue this any further. Lana? What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I already confessed to the crime. Why can't you leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Skye. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. Seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. Let's go. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark. Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I can really see was shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. So then you, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She was convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. We've just theorized. Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think of was, I've got to help that other person. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. What do you mean, you think? It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. This guy was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. So much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. Well, what you did was very brave, young girl. So then, what happened next? Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. Are you sure about this? Of course, see? I even drew a picture of him here. But it was the chief of detectives who thought it was hideous beast, and that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling I'd seen him before somewhere. Now, I finally remember. Just when you thought the thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, what were you... Where in the room did you see him dancing? He wasn't in the room, but I'm sorry I saw his shadow. His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. There may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation? If so, by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was. I just might know, guys. The blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture, yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on the fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright? In this room? Oh, very well, Mr. Wright. What is it witness saw in that instant? Please show us what this mysterious blue badger look like. We got it, boys. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that's... exactly what is that? I believe it's some sort of jar? But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint. We've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from. Oh god, I did it before now. Watch as I struggle. What is this black magic fudgery? Look, it's the blue fudging badger. Actually, it's probably... No, I think I had the angle right. There we go. Blue badger, boys. What? What? That was literally it! I literally had... What is that nonsense? Fine, fudge off. We'll do it this way then. I don't know. Oh my god. Like, I know it. I know, but it's so finicky. It's so finicky. Right? Like, that is very clearly the angle. It's super finicky, fair warning. Ah, fudge. Because, like, I've got the thing. There? I did it. I fudging did it. Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. Third try, guys. Told you this thing would be in your nightmares, honestly? No, it can't be. Honestly, it's fudging nightmares now. Order, order. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. Yeah, apparently this is a blue badger. Let's not question it. But also, how you doing, Potato? I didn't even say hi. I'm sorry. I hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. How have you been? What's your point? What do you mean? So the badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, you should mind, Potato. Hi! How you doing? Potato, welcome. Hope you're doing well. You've been doing medium. I mean, that's better than nothing, right? I'm glad you've been doing better than average, or at least average. I don't know. I'm glad you're doing medium. See, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well. Please tell us. That was my thought too, Locke. What difference now we know the witness saw this jar? The murderer and the murder weapon. Nah, just medium. The murderer. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in the picture taken on the day of the crime. Hey, Cressy, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Skye's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it's these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Skye's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Skye's office? Yes. You don't think your brain is okay? I'm sorry, Cressy. I hope it gets better, I guess. I hope you feel better soon. I hope your brain becomes more than okay. And it becomes amazing. And it explodes with, like, possibilities. And not, like, explodes with death. You know how it is. Why would you do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. You watched Death Note for 4 hours straight and everyone there is so smart it gives you a headache. Oh, Cressy, I don't think it's gonna get any better watching this because I've been fudging on top of everything here. I've been fudging, picking up the ball. I haven't been dropping anything. I've been saying big brain things. Now watch as I say something really small brain in like a few minutes. You watched for 5 hours straight? What, me? Oh, you know the answers to the games already? Okay, I don't because I'm playing it the first time. So at least you've got that going for you, right? You almost watched for 5? Also, I've seen like a little bit of Death Note and it sounds super cool, but I haven't seen much of it, so... Like, I've seen maybe the first few episodes with like friends, but that's it. 97? Exactly? What a coinky-dink. The cases of Spicy's breakdown, I've been loving every moment of this, Cressy. Like, you don't understand. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Most of that was from yesterday's? Nice. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. The next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked down to the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture one more. Yeah, I've met Gant by now. And I've already worked out, I mean, no spoilers, just in case I'm still wrong, but I'm like 99% sure he's the actual murderer of, of prosecutor 2 years ago, and of the current case. I'm like 99% certain. Why does he always laugh like his son just made a mediocre pun at the dinner table? Ah! Oh boy, righto! Oh ho ho! That's my voice for him. It's exactly like that. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what could he have hit? Aha! The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, it would have had to have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. Okay, so I got this entirely wrong. I thought the jar was thrown. He was actually knocked back into... Oh my god, this is all confusing. He was knocked back into the armor and stabbed in the armor in his back, which fudging stinks because I specifically sprayed that looking for bloodstains that were not there. The jar flew up in response. So basically what happened was he was knocked away, he landed back on the armor, and died. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes, there is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility. Of course, the perpetrator, I have no idea, but nevertheless. I came pretty close to what happened though, I think. But you've not done this case in a while. I'm loving all of it. All of it. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually prosecutor Neil Marshall, I sprayed that and found no blood. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? Oh my god. And that's why Lana didn't want to say anything. Not because she was scared of the chief of police, but because she was protecting her sister. Because her sister's the one who killed him. Oh my god, that's why Lana was so insistent on not letting this go any further. Because we got Emma in trouble. Oh no! Never imagined a testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with their own testimony. This is unprecedented. Fudge, no. What? What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Redruth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. You certainly can't get dead people to testify. It has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touche, Miss Skye. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. Will it be a good time to redeem give Pika scritches? Not now because Pika is sleeping. So that is a good point. Typically a good time will be like within an hour or so from when I started stream today. So like when it's about 2 to 4 PM Australian time is when it's a good time. I do have a time command. Like if you guys want to check that at any point. But yeah, Pika's sleeping now, so now obviously is not a good time, unfortunately. I mean, there's still another possibility. Oh, what do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? It's 11 AM for you? 8:42, yeah, it's 8:42 right now. So if it was like 5 hours ago, it would have been fine, but yeah. You're in Australia too? Oh, nice. Nice potato. Yeah, so yeah, it's 8:42 now. I mean, the possibility the victim has left us a message. Better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. he may have left behind the name of the victim, of the person who took his life, in one manner or another. That's impossible. You're British, it's 11 AM? Nice. Good morning to you then, I guess. Well, Mr. Wright, there's the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind. But like, the cloth? I don't... The real murderer's name the victim may have left behind. The piece of cloth is the only thing I can think of, and I'm trying to work out how it's tied. The letter! The fudging... the line! This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Skye. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing we seek, the truth. No matter how painful it may be. For its sake, you can rotate the evidence to look at it. Well, this particular, like, this was the DS port of the original Game Boy game. And this case was added into it, brand new, for the DS port. And that involved rotating the evidence around. So this is actually the one that brought it in on the DS version. At least that's what I've been told. And like, that makes sense to me, like from everything I know, but I never played the DS version. So I just go by what other people have told me and what I've seen, I guess. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. There has to be this, because a line was drawn in it. You played the original DS versions years and years ago? Yeah, that's fair enough. I've never played them, so... This is the message left by the deceased. This is that Blue Badger from before, right? Oh, is he gonna just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Everyone's forgotten it's just a jar. Message was left here on the surface of this jar. The line is a signature? Yeah, I'm thinking the line has something to do with a name, right? Oh, what do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood in this jar. Looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood in some of the fragments was not wiped away. Oh my god, guys, I've worked... I'm sure if you rotated this a certain way, it'd spell out someone's name if you, like, connect the dots up, right? Question is, what angle do we look at? Oh my god, it's Emma. Guys, look. Look, guys. E M A. E M A. Yes, there's a line here drawn in blood. So what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left for him to leave behind a message. Why Twitch? Wait, what? What'd Twitch do? When that someone apparently wiped away. Blood must have seeped into the jar when the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. E, 10 seconds late. M, still waiting. There's only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstances, his murderer's name. I hate to do this. But... Emma. See, now, yeah, I tried to point with my mouse, but... Emma. Defense attorney's due to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. This is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Well, people, she may not have meant it. She may not have meant it. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Seaworthy? Can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant. Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Oh no! He's turning on Edgeworth and saying, you prosecuted him and he was executed. You were the prosecutor. You did that. And he wasn't the killer. You got an innocent man. Edgeworth. How dare you? That's what he's doing. He's now pinning this on Edgeworth. Ah. Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we aren't defenders of justice? What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Yeah, but it's the prosecutor's job to submit correct evidence and make sure they get the correct person. Edgeworth did not get the correct person. Which doesn't like you, that's a rip lock. That's a big rip. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? He might have sent an innocent man to his death. How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? You still have to try to prosecute the person you're against. Exactly. But this game does not use proper logic, do they? Order! The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the court, a judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. To be continued. No, this game is like a lot of nonsense though, Cressy. Like, the Stan Edgeworth. This is it, the last part. Can we finish this in the next 40 minutes or so? Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. Not done yet, I know. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Oh, Gumshoe. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? I've got something in my eye, I'm sorry, chat. You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. To top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it on as having you run errands again? Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. He's a good boy. Here, she asked me to give you this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law? Bruh. You must know 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. Could at least study some evidence law, really. Chief Prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. Message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. Him. Gant. Chief Gant. It has to be. Securely slipped into pocket. I'm reading this now. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence present must be relevant to the case on trial. Oh. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant. And no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. What a short book. I know, right? Doesn't look like that good will do you any book. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. Well, you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in the prosecutor's seat, despite all those allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth, The real trial today hasn't yet begun. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility has been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of, and when Skye found out she's unwittingly caused the man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more? He's got a good point. We're only causing trouble, and more trouble, and more trouble, but we're gonna keep going. You gotta be kidding me, pal. Doesn't look like that could do any book now. Shut up, Cressy. You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. Right, Cressy? Franz Gumshoe has a point. What? And we're gonna expose him, no matter what it takes. Too many people, it's time to bring it to an end. This case will be over in the next 7 minutes. I'm trying to pull a Von Karma, it's not gonna happen. Court will now reconvene for the final trial of Miss Lana Skye. I put the word final in there, even though it wasn't there before, don't worry about it. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor? The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally this is when prosecution calls forth the witness. But, this isn't easy to say. You say there was some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain? You think I may have manipulated the witnesses? I didn't say that. Commodus 12, yeah, I know, right? Just, you see, everyone's been talking, and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution. That being the case, prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all future witnesses. Ooh. Oh, what? There's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Oh yeah, no, I realize as much, Lucas. You know? He's found a way to continue the trial. Very well, the defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Oh, that's settled. Oh no, this is, it has to be, because it's the final day and this is the latter part, according to the save file, so this has to be it. It's just whether I can finish it in the next 36 minutes. Oh, that's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls the real murderer, Damon Gant. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As a defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to be manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. Alright, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. 2 hours later, I hope not. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? Paramount bashes his head against the wall 26 times. Right? Right? That was amazing. I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto! What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up the SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered the prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh? Like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware of course, that the police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure, take my testimony for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. Good question. I don't know, Cressy. Like, it doesn't really work, does it? What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. Power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she'd already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Oh boy. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Doc bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. The police chief has arrived to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast. As I recall, a ceremony was being held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After meeting his ward, Neil was all fired up too. It's probably what spooked Doc and made him run away like that. Was the defendant Lana Skye also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Doc ran for it. Whoops. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, but Doc made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky. But what's this about a power outage? Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went through his heart, though. Yeah, that's not funny. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Doc was also lying collapsed on the floor? Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. Apparently she'd already arranged the crime scene. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body, it had already been moved. So that means you found the body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor. Yes. Anyway, as you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office? That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances. Staring at the witness won't do any goodness, right? You had gone and stare at anything, you'd be better off staring at your court record. Worthy! Always the smooth talker! It can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gant to the incident. Okay, what can link him? He had nothing to do with the forgery, but half of that list of evidence was found in his desk. Therefore, I'm going to present this first. We got him. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery, but I'm afraid that claim is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this list, for example. That's the list Emma Skye drew a picture on. This was discovered in your desk. Not only that, but a piece of this jar was sitting in your office. It was found inside your safe. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in this illegal investigation. Chief Gant, well, what's the meaning of this? Huh! He's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit it then, that you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Ratto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, he will receive his due punishment. What? What? If Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying the work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us a testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe the protocol. You do understand that I'm Chief of Police, right? There will be consequences. Indeed, I believe I'll press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Oh, right, Archie. In return, though? I know. That place, right? What are they? Telepathic? Oh, boy. I'd appreciate if you stop making these ridiculous allegations. Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I have you know, back in the day I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped... Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're gonna need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Wright Ace prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, this would prove this investigation was illegal. Oh boy. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence found at the crime scene isn't forgery, I am not through speaking yet, Righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have been suddenly materialized the day after Dark was centered. Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right. Chief is talking about the possibilities, so long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however clever they will be, will only succeed in wasting time. Come now, Rutto! Think about it. How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I'd care for the word murder here, but in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was it, Skye. Well, now do you see? Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Really, Chief Gant. At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all this. Oh? I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Ho! 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 Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already next in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes. It was going to be made chief anyway. Well, be careful when pointing that finger. You may end up being the one pointed at. That means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again. You're right, you don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough in yourself, though. Ho, ho, ho! Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Would you have helped someone else? True, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the Chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye, the defendant. I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would have also had a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the Prosecutor's Office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? I love you, Judge. Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do something against their bidding. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as Chief Prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying I've done such a thing? Lana, she's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid that without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless, that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. Oh, what? Order. I said order. Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the Chief of Police of blackmail and murder? It's impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easy to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. Oh my god. He's gonna help us. Now, can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the Chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got. It better be good. I'm saving right here, right now. Show us this evidence that Chief Gant ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. Lana did tell us. Yes, she told us, but that's not proof. I think it's this. Or is it this? No. I think it's this. Oh, well, Chief. So long as Writer here is tossing out things regardless of their relevance. Mind if I toss something too, Argy? This shoe should do nicely. I'll chuck it right at you. You always were quite the joker, weren't you? Oops. Looks like I got it wrong. Don't oops me. Maybe the spook to the head will knock some sense into you. I know it's hard with what's going on during this trial, but try to think back to what happened in the evidence room 4 days ago. Oh. Oh my god, I'm a dummy. I see. Alright then. Now let's see what Mr. Wright's got. It better be good. Shows the evidence that ties him to the murder of Detective Goodman. I'm a fudging idiot. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 777-7777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean. I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 777-7777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. He literally made his fudging password in his safe the same as his ID number, and that cost him. Like... Order. Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Again, basically fell for one of those, give me your social security number, Minecraft Steve, you need your help. No, but like, he literally didn't though, because we didn't know the code on this safe. We just guessed it because of what was on the evidence list, or the ID list, and it worked because he's an idiot. Like, of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Skye's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim of the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm gonna have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Okay, it's not that. It's... It was because I had the thing, right? We gotta do something more solid than this. On that day, the head gunman had to go see Chief Gant. While just waiting. Ah, fudge. Oh, no, that was an accident. I'm gonna have to ask you for some evidence. Okay. So let's prove the victim went to meet Chief Gant. Well, because I submitted that because I was like, well, they had the meeting. And I know they had the meeting because the trophy was handed out, right? But you wanted us to finish, you expect dinner soon, but also, like, you don't. Well. Oh, the Goodman's lost item report, right? Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the Chief of Police. Yet you're in possession of the report. Which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the Chief of Police, murdered Paul Goodman. Exactly. But wait, the Chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it... Sorry, I didn't know it was going to be skipped. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Oh, okay, so it was basically saying he could have just lent it. No! Oh my god. Chief Gant, you didn't. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime. For no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. Spicy breakdown. I think what he was saying was he essentially just lent it to Detective Goodman, and Detective Goodman could have just entered the room alone. And then Edgeworth was saying, objection, he didn't just lend the card to Goodman, because otherwise the card would have been found on Goodman's body. That's essentially what was just said. So that's what we missed, Locke. Sorry, sometimes when you press the thing, like, instead of pausing here, it skips on to the next thing. And I probably should stop, but I'm impatient. After the murder, you contact Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright. The victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. You kind of like how you skip because it seems like Edgeworth is too impatient to even wait for him to finish. I mean, yes, but I also don't know what he objected for, you know? Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was a useless clue, just taking up space. How could the proof have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. Now this is where this comes into play. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that? Screwdriver. But what does it have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is the screwdriver doing here? It's here because Ah! I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car? Yes. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. Transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Order. What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It's a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Now, Chief Gant, please say something. I believe... Your time's up. My time's up. Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. And remember what I told you earlier. The police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. You know, there's a scene where Edgeworth literally speeds down the road and drifts into the court and you love it. That's fantastic. I need to see that. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? There's not a right to be casually invoked. There's certain risks to be considered. So you're gonna just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman, that's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright, Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Oh, sorry. Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body. Do I have proof? I don't think I do have proof. Do I? Here's a clip. Oh, sorry about that, Cressy. I've got link protection turned on. I've seen it though, so I'll open it up and watch it in a bit. Yeah, no, you're all good, Cressy. I just have link protection on. For those of you who didn't see it, this is the link. No, I got it, Cressy. Because I've got mod view on, I can see all the messages that are timed out and stuff. So that's the clip for those of you who are interested in watching Edgeworth just drift into a court, apparently. I don't think I have proof, though, that he's involved. Switchblade knife? Can't let him scream his way out of this. I've got to keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor, I do have such evidence. Please hurry up and present it. Just remember, it better prove Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt. So, what exactly is this evidence? It's proof. As to whether or not it's enough to demonstrate the Chief's guilt, I'll let you be the judge. But I am the judge. But what do you think, Your Honor? Yeah, no, I didn't think that was going to work. But I think Mr. Wright isn't going to be late for lunch. I don't think I have any proof. It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. Humph! See, Argy? In that case, this court is forced to penalise you for your allegations against the Chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble. You can't afford to lose, righto? It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Archie, I'll leave the rest to you. Wait, is that it? Is that game over? Or is this meant to happen? I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. What? Yeah, Edgeworth is going to save us here. Lady Luck, Maybe you should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't had the honor of hearing her testimony. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? Yes, Your Honor, the defense calls forth... Lana Skye. The defendant, Miss Lana Skye. She was in the underground parking lot 5:15 on February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well, the court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we'll have to reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in Hold on. Huh? Chief Gant? I thought you were going to eat. Listen, good Lana. Ooh. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. Oh my lord. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then. I've got a lunch date to meet. Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. God dang it, I have 6 minutes before I want to end stream. I don't think that's happening. I think I'm going a little bit later today. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief, he's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe? Ha ha ha, I'm not a detective anymore. The thing you wonder about this game is when Gant finished speaking there, he just evaporated. I know, right? He's just fades away. Oh yeah, sorry about that. You have dinner at some point soon? Then look, you'll have to have your dinner. I mean, look, here's the thing, right? I don't want to, like, end the stream here, because, like, we're right on the cusp. We're right on breaking this case open. So I don't want to end it here, yet at the same time, I know it's probably going to take another half hour, maybe even 1 hour extra. So, like, I'd want to leave it for another stream. But the problem with that is that then I'll finish this game in that stream, or I'll finish the case in that stream, and then I'll have, like, hours for the rest of the stream. With luck. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to. You know? Well, we'll finish off this conversation with Gumshoe, and we'll save right as we get back to court. And then I'll probably call it a stream, which sucks, but that's how it's gonna be. Don't worry, I've already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure, I'll take the place of the top-donut girl you used to work with. He means Maya. Still, looks we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Humph. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judges said? But Chief, there's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risks? What do you mean by that? It's simple. If the Chief refuses to testify, then the opposite also holds true. You mean he forces his right to say anything too? That was Lana, right? Oh, Emma. You mean he refuses his right to say anything too? Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. Been listening to the trial from the gallery. You heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man, and she did it all just to protect me? Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she'd changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. Forced herself to do anything and everything the Chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, we'd better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait here? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. Let's go, right. It's time to end this. To be continued next stream. We'll be ending this for good. Once and for all. Tomorrow will be a stream at probably the normal time because I have Dungeons and Dragons during the day, so I will not actually be able to play I won't be able to stream in the afternoon at the normal time. Ending it for good, he says. Shut up, Cressy. So, oops. What time? Probably about 6 to 7 p.m. Australian Eastern will be when I start the stream. So it will be my actual normal stream time for once. Will be when I start the stream. Until then, we're gonna find someone to raid. So, let us go see who is live on the twitch.tvs for the raid-a-mageeks. It's whatever. Once Twitch actually loads for me, which it's not doing for some reason. So you can spend more time on parkour. Yeah, exactly. Which is taking so long to load. I think there's a problem with my internet. Okay, here we go. We're gonna go say hi to Julars. Julars is playing him in full flight. We haven't said hi to Julars in a while, so let's go say hi to Julars, guys. Guys, if you don't know Julars, she's an amazing streamer. Also Australian, I believe. It might be Twitch today, I hope not. So yeah. Go say hi to Julars playing Human Fall Flat. It's a fudging derpy game. It looks like she's playing with someone else too. So go give her some love and support, that sort of thing. Everybody, thank you so much for being here. I hope you've enjoyed the stream. It's been an absolute pleasure streaming for you all, as always. Tomorrow, we are gonna get the hell out of this case solved. And even though Cressy doesn't believe me, we're gonna get it fudging finished. So go say hi to Julars, give you love and support, all that sort of good stuff. And I'll catch you guys in another stream. Thank you, everybody, and goodbye.